Okay, the hour being 10 o'clock, basically, we're turning today over to the Department of Education. And so you all have decided who's going to go where and when and all that kind of stuff. So I'll just say, whoever's on, please come forward and do whatever it is we're going to listen to.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Caitlin Davis from the Department of Education. We have a variety of presentations today on behalf of the Department of Education for some of the programs that we oversee that are funded in the Education Trust Fund. The agenda today, tentatively, first up, we'll start with career and tech education and transportation related to those programs. The next item we have up on our agenda is special education, depending on timing. In the morning, we also plan to discuss lease aid and public school infrastructure fund. Now, that might get pushed into the afternoon, just kind of depending on how many questions and whatnot you all have for the department. And then in the afternoon, we're going to spend an intensive period of time going over the education funding formula and how it relates to the various different recipients of those education of that education funding. So I think so you'll hear from each of the staff that operate the programs at the department, and I think they'll pretty much take questions as we go. The point of today is for you all to have a good understanding of how the programs work and operate at the Department of Education, so that in about a month from now, when you start going into those really heavy budget discussions, you have a general understanding of the program works, and then so you can really just focus on what are the impacts of various decisions rather than trying to take that time then and understand the programs. So each staff, I think, has some handouts for you, and we'll go through those over the course of the day. But stop us, let us know if you have any questions, and we're all here to support the committee. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Beard, who's the administrator of the Career and Tech Education Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives on the committee. I'm Dr. Jeff Beard. As Caitlin mentioned, I'm the State Director for CTE and the Bureau Administrator for the Bureau of Career Development at the Department of Education. What I want to do is just give a brief overview of career and technical education and three major sources of funding for programs in CTE. So if you go to the first page of the handout, CT is shorthand for Career and Technical Education. We have about 30 CT centers that are regional centers located in public high schools across the state. In addition to that, there are CTE programs at the 7 community college is in the CCSNH system. CTE includes a really wide range of programming, everything from business, building construction trades, automotive trades, cosmetology, public safety and criminal justice, the general IT cluster, engineering, advanced manufacturing, health sciences. And really, it's an essential driver for the state's economy. It's a steady stream of skilled and knowledgeable workers that can go into businesses across the state and provide their competence to help with the employment pipeline. Importantly, CT programs, and I'll quote myself here, CT programs prepare kids to be able to enter into that job market with minimal on-the-job training. So the idea is that by going through our typically 2-year career and technical education programs, that kids would be able to take an entry-level job at a company, crucially in the state of New Hampshire, because we want to, as we know, we've had historically an out-migration problem. We want to keep kids here. We want to have them have well-paying jobs. They can then contribute to the tax base by buying homes and in our communities. On the next page, there's a unfortunately somewhat blurry map that shows the distribution of the regional CT centers and the community college programs across the state. Our most recent CT center just came online last year up in Colebrook, the North Point CT Center. Before I go into talking about the Perkins federal funding, does anyone have any general overview questions about career technical ed?
Yeah, I have a question about, I don't remember what it's called, the Fast Start, or where you could go, when you're in high school, you could go to the local community college. Do these courses qualify as credit for those programs?
Absolutely. Yeah, the program that the community college has is called Running Start, and it provides young people the opportunity to earn college credit while still in high school. One of the requirements of CTE programs in New Hampshire at the high school level is that young people are able to earn either apprenticeship hours, hours towards licensure, or college credit while they're in high school. So that's one thing that's an integral part of CTE.
Thank you. And just a quick question in terms of, obviously this is an alternative to going to college for the kids that decide that, a college degree is not really what they are interested in. And there will always be, not everybody needs to be a college graduate. In your experience, how close to being ready to take a, skilled job, are kids that finish, the city you were mentioning with minimal on-the-job training? Where are they, in general terms? Are they pretty much there and they just need a bit of training to get the specific needs of the employer? Or will they, is it the equivalent of getting 2 years, but they still need a significant amount of support?
Well, to be honest, it's really a yes and proposition. CTE is not an alternative. CTE is part of a career planning, career development process. So a young person could come out of some of our programs ready to go immediately into a job. A good example would be young people that go through health science programs, earn an LNA, can work as a licensed nursing assistant right out of high school. Our auto tech program students will come out and are able to work at a dealership working on cars. On the other hand, we have programs like biotechnology and computer programming where there's probably some post-secondary piece they're going to do. They could go into, and again, one of the requirements is that there is the possibility of entering immediately into a job. However, there are some fields that require some post-secondary education and training, whether it's apprenticeship for the trades. Most students come out of our building construction trades programs, electrical, plumbing, construction, with some hours towards their apprenticeship, but they're not full apprentices, and they're certainly not journeymen at that point. So there's going to be some education and training that happens after high school. Absolutely. Work-based learning is one of the requirements for CTE programs in New Hampshire. So there has to be some kind of internship during the time that a young person's in the program. Some of those involve employers coming into schools and supervising work, which is a simulated internship. But we really encourage, the gold standard is really community-based, authentic internships. So absolutely, every single program has some aspect of, earlier, before we started the session, we were talking a little bit about teacher education. And there are teacher education programs in the CTE centers that include student teaching. So young people, whether they're deciding to work with preschool-aged kids or elementary or middle school-aged kids, have an opportunity within their school district to go out and assist teachers, learn about instruction, assessment, all the things that teachers do. So internships and work-based learning is an essential component of CTE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this isn't the time, but at some point, will you speak about some of the programs that have closed and why they were closing? I'm thinking particularly the automotive program at Portsmouth High, which I think was shut down. So if you can give a sense of which programs are growing, which programs are not doing well, and perhaps your sense of why, either now or later on.
Oh,
But
yeah,
thank you.
absolutely, Representative Maria. Happy to speak to that. The decision is made at the local level. So whether or not to keep a course or program of study running is really based on local decisions. At the state level, when we bring new programs on, the first thing that we look at is the economic feasibility. The Commissioner of Education has the authority to approve new programs at the local and state level. We don't shut programs down at the state level. If the local says student interest has waned over time, are having difficulty. It's very difficult to get CTE teachers because at the end of the day, CTE teachers are career changers. So they're people that have made the decision to no longer work in their often much more lucrative fields to become teachers and train up the next generation of kids. What we will do at the department is often encourage centers to really look at the economic need, to say, in the example of automotive, or in the example of advanced manufacturing, which is a major sector in our state, consider what you can do to keep that program online because it is so essential to the economic growth. All right. So a major source of federal funding for CTE programs in New Hampshire is Perkins. And if you'll go to the next page after the state CTE map, the official term is Strengthening CTE for the 21st Century Act. Each year, New Hampshire gets about $6 million in funding. That funding is based on demographic data. So when Octave, which is our federal partner, determines the funding, they really base it on population. Interestingly enough, the entire New England region gets about the same allocation. So Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, we all get $6 million. So we have about comparable populations. We distribute the allocations to LEAs or to the regional CTE centers really based on a formula. So it's really the number of kids between the ages of 5 and 17 served in the region that are in poverty, and that's based on that SAPE data, which is the small area economic income and poverty data that's provided by the U.S. Bureau of the Census. And then that's divided by the total number of kids between the ages of 5 and 17. That gives the allocation for each center that goes out. So it's not based on enrollments. It's not based on number of programs or types of programs. It's strictly based on demographic data, and not just on the demographics of the town in which the center is located, but the surrounding towns that the center serves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Does that include rehab of these centers, CTE centers? And I imagine that would be extra. And where are we at as far as the number of centers that we've rehabbed?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm going to get to that later on because that's a separate program. Those funds are state funds that go to the renovation and the construction. But I will cover that in some detail in a little bit down the line. Crucially, only LEAs and the Community College System of New Hampshire are eligible recipients of these funds. That's per the Act. Those are considered the local CTE schools per the definition of the law.
Once upon a time, Carl Perkins awarded scholarships. I'm a recipient, actually, of one. I got my CIGS at UNH and my master's at UNH on a full assistantship. Do they still do things like that? I mean, we need to encourage more people to go into education, especially CTE. It was a great perk for me. They even offered me to continue to go to Ohio State to get my doctorate. At that time, I couldn't do it, but so do they still do things like that?
The possibility to set up scholarship funds, the capacity is there. I'm going to talk in a moment about the way that the funding gets distributed, and there are some state leadership activities that we're required to spend funds on, but any recipient could decide to set up a scholarship fund, including CCS&H. They receive about $1 million annually from this grant. So the breakdown of the Perkins funds, of the approximately $6 million.
Sorry. Thank you. This is a little bit on dangerous territory, but it was apropos, Mary made me think of it a little bit, using some of this for your graduate work. The way this is written, there's an implied assumption that poor kids need CTEs more than other students. Is that just an implied assumption? Is there another way of doing it? Or is the thought makes me a little bit uncomfortable because there may be other kids who would like to go into a career and it's not because, they're like from a poor area. Can you just kind of correct me in my thinking here and how these things are distributed or thought about?
That's a great question. In terms of access, New Hampshire is really dedicated to making sure that everyone has access to CTE. We acknowledge that it's a valuable opportunity for career development for any kid, no matter of zip code or where they're coming from. The way that the funding allocation does work out is because it is based on population and demographics, which again is prescribed in the law, in the federal law. It tends to be this combination of population density and number of people in poverty. So Manchester, quite frankly, will always get the largest allocation because it's the largest community and has the largest percentage of people in poverty. That said, there are a number of other communities, Wolfboro being one, that has a regional CT center that is a relatively affluent area that's serving a large number of students. So the access and the ability to access high quality programming is definitely something that we strive for across the state. And as I talk a little bit more in the future about transportation, that does become a challenge. But by and large, the ability to access CT is not impeded by where someone lives.
Yeah, thank you. If I just sort of add, I try to get past that assumption that these schools are for those kids who aren't smart enough to go to college, which was an old, bromide, and to get past that, that basically that prejudice that I think sticks with us a little bit.
Yep, that's well said, and that is something that does persist. Something that the CTE centers and the directors have been very involved in, as the department has been as well, is really trying to convey to decision makers who are going to be parents that CTE is a great option for anyone, and that it will always give someone an advantage over someone who has not taken part in CTE. There's a large number. There's some national level data about college going for young people who have been through CTE versus not, and 70% of CTE participants do go on to some level of 2 or 4 year college, which is not to say that is the necessarily the desired outcome. It's really whatever, wherever someone finds themselves on their career development pathway, it should be something that meets their interests, their needs, and their ability to participate in the economy.
Thank you for being sensitive to that.
You're welcome. So the way that the Perkins breakdown works, and this gets a little tricky, so I'm happy to entertain some questions about it. But essentially, there's 5% of that $6 million is used for administrative costs by the Department of Education. So it's things like my salary, the cost of leasing our suite of offices, telecommunications. It's really sort of what you might think of as indirect costs. And that, again, that's prescribed in Perkins. You can use 5%, or states have to use 5% of their Perkins allocation for administrative costs. Then there's 10% used for state leadership activities. So if you think about it, you'd think, well, $6 million, that's quite a bit of money, but 10% of that really is not a whole lot. We end up with about 600,000. Of that 10%, there are some set-asides that are prescribed in the law. So for example, we have to set aside 10% of the 10%, so 60,000, to prepare individuals for occupations and careers that are non-traditional for their gender. So the idea would be young women in auto tech, young women in welding, young women in construction, young men in healthcare, young men in cosmetology, young men in education. So we have to have some funds that we use for that purpose. The way that the state of New Hampshire has done that for the last 2 years is we've contracted with Monster worldwide, the job aggregator, to run a series of targeted social media ads where if someone's, say, scrolling through Facebook or Instagram, they'll see, or Twitter, they'll see an ad, they can click on it, and it says, here's the information about employment opportunities and training opportunities for, if, say you're a young woman interested in getting into becoming an electrician, you can connect with that. In addition, we have to spend a set amount. It ends up being $125,000 on state institutions. And the way that state institutions are defined in the Act, New Hampshire really only has one, which is the Department of Corrections system. So we have the men's and women's facility here in Concord. We have the facility in Berlin. And there's a set of CTE courses and opportunities that are happening at each. So here in Concord, there's a culinary arts program, there's a cosmetology program, there's a graphic design program, and there's a general business program where people learn how to use Excel, Word, and the basic Microsoft Office, things that will prepare them for employment post incarceration. In addition, part of our state leadership funding, as you may know, there's a state law that requires that every young person in the state take a career interest inventory by the end of 9th grade. So in order to make that not an unfunded mandate, we're using out of our Perkins funding money to pay for Awato, which is a career interest inventory platform. It's spelled AWATO. Any questions about the state leadership before I go on to? Okay. This is the part that can be a little confusing. So the remaining 85% gets distributed to the eligible recipients. And there is a split between the community college system and the high schools. So it's 21.5 goes to the community college system. The remaining 79.5 goes to the regional high school CTE centers. But before that happens, we're allowed to, in Perkins, hold up to 15% of the total allocation in reserve. We've chosen to do 10%. And what we do, and again, that's 10% of that total, not of the 85, but it gets held back from the 85. So it's about, it ends up being about 500,000 that's held in reserve. What we do with that is we distribute that in the form of a competitive grant competition that we do twice a year, once in the fall, once in the spring. The purpose of this grant competition is to fund activities at the regional CT centers or the community college that increase the number of industry recognized credentials earned by students. So industry recognized credentials, or IRCs, include things like licenses, badges, certificates. An apprenticeship card would be an IRC. Essentially, an IRC is something that if you have it on your resume, it gets you in line for a job and gives you some preference over a candidate that does not hold the IRC. And so finally, about $4 million gets distributed to among the 30 regional CTE centers, and then about $1 million goes to CCS&H, which then gets distributed among the 7 community college in this system. So what can they use the funding for? They can use it to buy equipment, professional development for teachers, promote work-based learning, and the earning of those industry recognized credentials. A large amount of the Perkins funding does go to equipment. I'll talk more about this as we get into tuition transportation, but CTE is more expensive than non-CTE. Running a career and technical education program like an auto program will cost a school district a great deal more money than running a math program or an English program in the same high school. So they do use quite a bit of it for equipment. Professional development is an important piece of this because CTE, again, has some unique needs. Classroom management in a busy CTE space where there's major safety concerns is very different than classroom management in a non-CTE setting. Really important principle, and you'll hear this probably from other folks today that talk about federal funding. Federal funding has to supplement local funding. It cannot supplant or replace it. So if there was something that was being covered with local money or non-federal money in the past, you can't then use federal funds to then pick up that cost. That's a general principle of federal funding. Any questions about the Perkins funding before I go into tuition transportation? Thank you so much. Okay, so tuition transportation, colloquially known as T&T, $9 million each year comes from the state of New Hampshire. This goes into the general operating budget of the department. Every student in the state is eligible for T&T funding. So public school students, non-public school students, homeschooled students. There is a piece in the RSA that's related to transportation that does note that the district of residence is responsible for transportation, which is then reimbursed by the department. So in the case of non-public school students or homeschooled students, it's where they live that covers the cost of transportation to CTE. Transportation is paid to sending districts first, and then the remaining costs for tuition come later. As I talk more about it, well transportation is a fairly significant cost. In the last fiscal year, we paid out 682,000 in transportation costs. Of that 9 million, tuition cost is a much more significant cost. But crucially, the $9 million is used by New Hampshire for maintenance of effort with Perkins. So Perkins has a provision in the act that says that you must level fund your state effort. If it dips below it, we run the risk of losing the $6 million in federal funding. So what that means is if there is ever an increase in tuition and transportation that goes above the $9 million, it must remain level funded at whatever the increase is in order to continue to meet the maintenance of effort. So again, for FY23, which covered the 21-22 school year, CTE transportation that we reimbursed to sending districts was $682,118.33. But importantly, this was based on a rate set by the New Hampshire Board of Education quite a long time ago, at least a decade ago. The current rate that's set, and this is in statute and in rules, is 10 cents per student per mile for a bus and 25 cents per mile rather for self-transporting. So in the case of a young person who's driving themselves to CTE or their parents dropping them off, it's 25 cents a mile. Current federal rate for mileage reimbursement, I believe, is something in the area of 60 cents a mile. Yeah. Tuition is calculated by a percentage. The DOE 25 is that cost per pupil rate that's calculated annually by districts. Districts choose, they look at their needs, they look at the cost of running CT programs, and they decide, is their rate going to be 20% of that DOE 25 all the way up to 40% of that DOE 25. This varies by CT center, and they make the determination based on a number of factors, including things like energy cost, equipment that they're running, supplies for programs. Again, a welding program costs more than a teacher education program in terms of supplies needed. The idea is essentially that CTE is more expensive than non-CTE. So it's going to cost more for somebody to attend a CTE program than not attending a CTE program because of the equipment cost, the energy cost, the supplies cost, so on and so forth. Right now, the majority of CTE students attend a high school in which the regional CTE center is located. So there are sending school students that come within regions to go to CT centers. A great example would be Concord, right here, the CRTC in Concord. They have 8 sending high schools. They probably have the most in the state, followed by Seacoast School of Technology in Exeter, which has 7. But really, by and large, the majority of CTE students attend the high school in which the center is located. And in the last fiscal year that we made payments, $8,123,619.77 went to tuition payments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, can sending districts split that, where they send their students? Say if one program doesn't, one like Kingswood versus Tri-City, one offers certain things and the other one, can they split that?
Yes,
Sending?
yeah, I'm glad you asked. The way that the RSA is written, and then the attending administrative rules, is if the CTE program is not offered within the center that's being served, that a student may attend another center, and we'll cover those. The department will cover those transportation and tuition costs.
2 quick questions. If the student attends the high school which holds the CTE center, do they still get the tuition or the transportation reimbursement?
They do not. There's a couple exceptions to that, though. Exeter, Manchester, Nashua all have, they don't have high schools that are sending to the CT center because the CT center is right there. But they do have some transportation happening. So in the example of Exeter, Exeter High School is up the road from SST. So they do get transportation reimbursements. But in the case of a student who's walking down the hallway to attend CT, that they would not get transportation.
And is it time for the Board of Education to consider raising the transportation rate if it hasn't been done and there's such a difference between what we do and what the federal government does?
That's a great question. There does need to be a change to legislation. Representative Ladd has a bill in this current session that that seeks to do that. So it really is it's a multi-part step of the current law directly, and the administrative rule that goes along with it directly refers to that rate that was set. So in order for the rate to be reset, the law has to be amended. So it's a sort of a 1, 2, 3. Then we'll be able to take a look at that. You're welcome.
So, quick question on the tuition rate. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly, since it's the first time I, get exposed to this. The local authorities that have CTE centers are basically deciding what additional payments are needed to supplement their tuition, and that's between 20 and 40%, but it's them who make the calculations, or does the state approve those? Because I would assume there's got to be a check from the state that the the requested rate is reasonable.
Correct. Every fall, the schools will submit to us their proposed rate, and then we approve that rate. But to clarify, the tuition is a percentage of that DOE 25. It's based on the idea that the tuition is based on a full day of school, but that young person is for part of the day going to the CTE center.
Yep.
Yep.
Understood. And one separate question. We were talking earlier about, the funding for the Perkins being tied to poverty rates, among other factors. And I'm just trying to understand whether the intent of that legislation, based on your interpretation, obviously, because nobody can read the mind of the feds, but was the intent to steer more, low-income students into CTE, or just to adjust for the fact that likely they would have a harder time paying for it and make those opportunities available to everybody, but send more financial aid to the people who need financial aid rather than to, the people who need financial aid less?
I believe the latter is the intent, is to make more opportunities available, and that, again, acknowledging that CTE can be an expensive proposition, it was intended to give some assistance to LEAs so that they could provide high-quality CTE.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for taking my question. I'm a newbie here, so I apologize for a really elemental question I'm about to ask you. Could you explain DOE 25? What is that?
I can attempt to.
Okay.
Caitlin may be able to fill in the blanks a little bit on this, but essentially there's a per pupil rate that's set by every LEA across the state. And the DOE 25 is essentially, this is the cost per pupil. Here's how much it costs to educate a young person at our school. Nuances, I'm sure.
Just a quick question. Could you tell me the enrollment across the state for the total of all CTE centers?
Oh, absolutely, Representative. We fluctuate between 9,500 and 10,000 students, and we're pretty, and I've looked at the 10-year trend, and it's generally speaking around 9,500 students. There was a little shift about 5 years ago where there was a law that was introduced. Previous to that, you had to have completed 2 years of high school before entering CTE. When the law was amended, it allowed young people to enter after completing 1 year of high school. But we still have yet to see a significant bump in. Part of the reason for that is that young people have so many graduation requirements that they need to fulfill, that when they are able to consider CTE, they have to make sure that they've satisfied English, math, science, so on and so forth.
Now I have another question because of what you just said. Years ago, I used to work in CTE. It was called something different back then. But one of the things that was my job was to align certain vocational classes for academic credit. For example, I did a biology credit for health sciences. And we did, just a math credit for Lead the Way. Does that happen? Because that just seems like a simple way to encourage more kids to go where they'd get the dual kind of credit for participating in those courses.
I'm glad you asked that question. Absolutely. It happens quite a bit.
Great.
And something that will help with that is HB 1661 was passed last legislative session. It allows for a requirement that's in the regional CTE agreements that requires a statement of how local districts will accept evidence of competency and then award partial or full credit toward graduation for things that are completed in CTE. I do have an additional piece, and for whatever reason, when I printed off my packet, it looks like it was left off. So I'm gonna grab my attaché and see if it's in there, because I do want to talk about renovation and construction. Yeah, I apologize for that. For whatever reason, that last part was left off. My original test copy had it. My copies do not, but I'll give you the overview and then I can provide it to you at a later date. So the other major source of CTE funding is CTE center renovation. Historically, that has come from the capital budget. However, there's no requirement in statute that the funding does come from the capital budget. There's opportunities for other ways to fund this. The administrative rules for CTE, it's 1303 is the actual admin rules citation. It established a priority list for CTE center renovation, and that's based on earliest date of construction to most recent. So the centers that are still in line to be renovated, there's a current capital budget request from the department for a project in Winnisquam, Tilton, and then there's another project that's proposed for Newport. The major development in Winnisquam is that it was a regional subcenter. So at one point in history, there were agricultural subcenters, Fall Mountain, which is over in Langdon, and then Winnisquam had fewer programs, and they were strictly agricultural. They've since expanded. So in the last year, Winnisquam applied for their renovation funding, and as part of that renovation funding request, they had asked to include 2 new programs. So in that proposal, they had included an advanced manufacturing program, which is a major economic need in that area, as well as a cosmetology program. Just as an aside, cosmetology is kind of an interesting program because it doesn't show up in labor market data. And the reason it doesn't is that labor market data is largely based on employment security data. And employment security data is based on people paying workers' compensation. So any independent contractors will not show up in workers' compensation data because the businesses don't pay that. Cosmetology, licensed cosmetologists, people that cut and style hair, do nails, etc., are all essentially independent contractors. And so for that reason, when you go to look at labor market data, it could be a little bit more tricky with cosmetology than with something, say, like auto technology, where you can look at all the dealerships and see how many are employed. That said, it's a well-paying, vital career path. And the thing I always say, I said this to House Ed, myself excluded. You can tell by looking at me that I don't go to hair salons a whole lot. But for the most part, most people have been in the last month or so. And just as a sort of anecdotal thing, you can see how busy stylists are.
Just a quick question, seeing how cosmetology is one of the many professions that requires a license for people to be able to earn a living, can you give me an idea of how far along the licensing path does taking a CTE course in that get you?
Excellent question. All of our cosmetology programs give someone 1 year toward the license. So by the time that the students finish, every student, another thing that's a little unique about cosmetology in New Hampshire is that the salons within the CT centers are licensed cosmetology salons. And the teachers are actually triple licensed. They're licensed as CTE teachers, so they have the state credential. They're also licensed cosmetology instructors, which is a board of cosmetology requirement, and they're also licensed cosmetologists. So they have that triple credentialing. There are a couple centers, and I don't want to misspeak, but I know that Dover is one of them, where the students come out with their license. So they actually earn sufficient hours that they can come out and have the credential and are able to start working.
Thank you.
Yes. So for the renovation projects, the request is based on a couple details. So the state will pay up to 75% of the costs of renovating a CT center. The priority is based on that queue that was established in the admin rules, but that's predicated on the locals securing 25% of the funding. So they have to do that by vote. They have to do that in advance of getting approved for the project. What that means is that sometimes communities don't have sufficient votes to secure the 25% to get a bond, and then they move down the queue. We have 5 centers that have not yet been renovated. They're still up for renovation. And in order, Newport and Winnisquam, which I had mentioned before, currently have projects that are in the process of having funds requested. Then Milford, Claremont, and Peterborough, thank you. So Peterborough is slated for the next biennium. The cost of renovating has become a bit of a challenge over the last 2 years, as you can imagine, with construction costs going up so much. So there is a process in place to adjust the request if it comes in at a larger than was originally estimated. But the way it works is it's based on a reimbursement. So there is a monthly report that comes to the department where they will say, these are the costs. So we reimburse for actual costs. So we don't give that 75% that gets funded, we don't grant that to a community upfront. It's based on a reimbursement model where they submit the actual costs, it gets reviewed by my office, and then we approve the payment.
Thank you. Additional equipment, like let's say, like I know Kingswood started a machinist program or restarted a machinist program. Now, is there any additional monies provided to buy that equipment, like CNC machines or whatever?
That's part of the renovation. So again, the way that things are worded currently is that the renovation is sort of an all or nothing proposition where the entire center gets renovated at once. That does include equipment upgrades. Typically, the annual Perkins is how most centers fund equipment repairs and replacements. If they are approved for a renovation project, they include all the costs needed to upgrade and get new equipment.
One thing I missed was your name.
Oh, Dr. Jeff Beard.
Here, okay. I think you said it, but I didn't have anything to write on. Okay. Actually, I think you're winning because my understanding, the student population has plummeted over the last 10 years. And if you're steady at 9,500, that means you're ahead of the game.
Yeah,
So to
I'm so glad you noted that, Representative Emmerich. It is interesting to note that as the student population across the state for high school students has continued to decrease, CTE has remained constant. I think a lot of that is due to the efforts of the CTE community in raising awareness. One thing that we've done at the department level is really increased a lot of outreach and a lot of direct marketing work to parents, because parents are the decision makers. The other piece that we looked at was, again, going back to our Perkins funding, one of our set-asides is to recruit members of special populations. There are a number of special populations, including people with disabilities, But a crucial segment of a special population for the state of New Hampshire are English language learners. And often, just as non-English language learner communities, the parents are the decision makers about education. It's very true about new American and immigrant communities. So doing outreach in the form of, we took our CTE brochures and translated them into Spanish, Portuguese, Swahili, and Arabic, which are the 4 major language groups of ELL folks in the state. Made those available to school counselors to distribute to families and to kids so they could be informed about the possibilities of CTE.
Thank you. With what you just said, it popped into my head. Are these available for adult learners as well? If you have a career change, someone who wishes to, go into one of these programs, do you have not the young people, but adult learners?
Representative Murray, your timing cannot be better. So the Bureau of Adult Education and the Career Development Bureau, we're co-funding a pilot that we're calling CTE After Dark, which is a little bit of a misnomer. It could happen during the day, it could happen when the sun's out. But the idea is to make available, again, because of capacity issues, some of our CTE programs in high schools are capped at 14 participants because of safety. So an opportunity could be to offer CTE programming, say 3 to 5 p.m. And adult learners and high school students could both work on, say, an auto shop, auto tech program, a computer science program. So we're funding that over the next year. We have 4 applicants for the RFP that we put out, hoping to pick a winner and roll out the pilot over the next school year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
I don't know who's up next.
Good morning. For the record, it's Amy Clark with the Department of Education. I promise it's not as complicated as building aid. So I have 2 other programs that I'm going to talk to you about today. I'll wait for you to get your packets. Thank you. So the first packet is Lease Aid. There's 2 of them, and just the title is at the top, so that's how you'll find it there. It's the skinnier of the 2 packets. This is just a cover page, so my contact information is there in case you're ever looking to talk about Lease Aid. And so the second page is that program summary. Again, I like to fit my whole program on one page. So if you just need to go one page, here it is. Again, contact information, the laws and the rules are there. Where you'll find the lease aid law is also in RSA 198.15 HH, section HH. It's just a couple of sentences, really. It essentially says, so this is buried in that building aid law. 198.15 is building aid. So within building aid, there was a section created. In my mind, it was created because we had building aid for if you owned land and you were going to build a building, then you apply for building aid. And at some point, somebody said, well, what happens if you lease a building? So then this part came into building aid. And it does require a separate appropriation. So keep that in mind. Building aid is one appropriation, lease aid is a separate appropriation. And then what lease aid is really is it's for charter schools are school buildings that lease, most commonly lease spaces. At one time, some career and technical education centers were included there, but now the regulations separate. The appropriation is specific to charter schools. So that's what we'll talk about today. So lease aid is really just those state grant funds to help school districts, in this case, charter schools, with a portion of their lease. And that portion in law is stated as 30% of their lease payment, their annual lease payment, up to $50,000 maximum. That maximum has changed over the years, and we'll talk about that right in a little bit, but that is the cap on lease aid currently. The funding source, I know that we're here talking about the Education Trust Fund, but the funding source actually is in the general funds for these lease aid funds. I think the thought is to get that transferred over to the Education Trust Fund eventually. So that's why we're including it today. The history of lease aid is really, it was created in 2003, but was never funded until fiscal 20. So again, put into law, but really nobody applied. We had no funds for it, and the first appropriation came in fiscal 20. And then there's that little table there. I'm just going to take you through that table. I think it pretty much tells you all the history of lease aid that you're going to want to know. First column is fiscal year. Second column is how much the legislature appropriated. You can see it's $200,000 and then $500,000 thereafter. Then the third column is the number of schools that applied for lease aid. And unlike building aid, it's not a first come, first serve. It's everybody gets a portion of the lease aid that was appropriated. So everybody gets 30% up to $50,000. If we don't have enough money, everybody's prorated across the board. The first big number column there, I guess it's the fourth column, is the total amount of eligible lease payments. This isn't the grant amount. This is the actual eligible amount of lease payments. Similarly to school building construction, things like maintenance are not included in building aid. Similarly, in leases, we have to go through and have them separate any kind of maintenance costs. So maintenance costs are one example of things that are not eligible for lease aid. So if you subtract out of those things, we received in fiscal 20, we received 20 applications with $2.5 million of annual lease payments seeking a grant. The next column is the actual amount of grant. If we had enough money. So those 20 applications for fiscal 20 were seeking $454,000. We only were appropriated $200,000. So all the payments across the board were prorated down to 44%. Everybody received 44% of their payment. If you want to know what the shortage is, that year we were short $252,000. So the next fiscal year, there was an adjustment made. You can see the next year was $500,000. 16 schools applied, and right across the board. That year, they were requesting $382,000. We had enough to make that payment, so we actually paid everybody what the law allowed, and we weren't short any money. I can take you through all four rows, but I think you can see the picture there. A couple of things to note, some odd numbers that might jump out at you. Fiscal 20 to fiscal 21, why'd we have 20 leases? And then the next year, only 16. It's not like 4 schools just dropped off it was actually a combination of things. I think 2 schools closed, and I think 3 schools purchased. 1 school didn't end up applying, so that's maybe like 6 schools, and then we added a couple of schools. So the difference there is 4, so for a few different reasons. And then if you look at the row where it says total lease amount eligible, one thing to note is that part of lease aid is if you're a first-time charter school and you're starting up, those construction costs for that leased building are eligible for lease aid. And so if you look down that column, you see 2.5 million, 2.5 million, 2.7, and then there was a big jump in fiscal 23 of 4.2 million. That's because we had a charter school had about $1 million of startup costs, $1.1 million of construction to bring that building up to for startup costs. Interestingly, none of that was actually covered by lease aid because the cap in their lease payment, 30% in their lease payment was already $50,000. So we really covered the 30% and none of that construction cost was actually covered because it exceeded the cap. But that is why you might see that jump in that number. And then going through some other notes, it is, the cap used to be 30,000 for fiscal 20 and 21. That's why some of the proration is a little different, but then the cap is now $50,000 for fiscal 22 and 23, and it's currently in law at $50,000. And then lastly, I guess I'll just point out that some people ask, what are we going to get for the next, what are we looking at forecasting for the next biennium? We have charter schools coming on board often. And so we are expecting 5 new schools this year. We have received we know that they're coming, but full applications on all that detailed information isn't due until September. But if we make rough numbers, let me just assume all 5 are going to meet that cap at 50,000. Then we're going to need an extra 250,000. We have seen their preliminary applications, and they're actually, instead of 250,000, they're closer to 125,000 due to our estimates on their spaces that they're renting. We also anticipate some leases aren't the same payment every year. And the increase from 22 to 23 from just the group that we're paying on now was about 100,000. So if we just add all of those numbers up, the request for lease aid is likely going to be anywhere from $875,000 to $1 million for lease aid. That's what we're anticipating for total grant amount. And then we're just going to wait and see what the legislature appropriates based on that.
Yes, thank you. So the $47 million grant that was a federal grant was for startup charter schools. Is that correct? Are we still using that, or is that?
I believe so. That does not include construction costs, is my understanding.
Okay, but okay, thank you.
And so, yep, sure.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Obviously, I'm looking at the table, which has quite a few charter schools that appear to be eligible for lease aid and are not applying. Do we have an understanding why they're choosing to, quote unquote, leave money on the table here? Because it is rather surprising to me that somebody who's eligible wouldn't apply, and I'm sure there are reasons why. I'd be curious to, hear your thoughts on that.
We have, I'd have to pull the files on these, but we actually did go back and ask each of those charter schools why they didn't apply. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 schools that look like that they would be eligible for lease aid that did not apply. And it's hard to say. So there's probably 2 hurdles. I want to call them hurdles. I'm not sure that they could be fully defined as hurdles, but one of them is that you have to have a lawyer review your lease. And I know that that was one of the responses, that they did not have a lawyer to review their lease. And then I do know other responses where you have to have your proper documentation that you have a certificate of occupancy, that you can have proper permitting for the space that you're in, as well as your space is a public school. Remember, charter schools are public schools. They're required to be ADA compliant. And so part of that proof of ADA compliancy is that you have had an architect or somebody familiar with the ADA regulations come in and create a certification that the facility is ADA compliant. And so for new charter schools, we actually require that at startup, but some of these are older charter schools and didn't provide that documentation at the time they got their charter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick follow-up. I am not aware, what is the universe of charter schools in New Hampshire? What is the total population? How many are we talking about?
Oh, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I'm not in the charter school program, so I don't know, but I wonder if. Great question. More and more every year. Okay, and then the last page I have for you is really just a list of all the charter schools. So that'll at least give you the list of the active charter schools. And we put them on there whether they received lease aid or not. And again, some are not receiving lease aid because they own their own buildings. Some are paid for by other means. So that kind of gives you their fiscal 22, fiscal 23 history. On here, because of that cap, if you take your lease, you divide, or the cap, which is 50,000, you divide it by that 30%. For quick numbers, essentially you're at $166,000 lease. Anything else above that, you'll get capped. So let me say that again. If the school has an annual lease of greater than $166,666.66, if you're greater than that annual payment, then you'll be subject to that cap, right? I take 30% of that, I'll get $50,000. So in this list, you have essentially five schools that are subject to that cap. There might be a couple, like there's 169,000. I think they get shorted about $800 because of the cap or something like that. But you have Academy Science for Design, Creva, Strong Foundations, the Birches Academy, and Wyndham Academy Public Charter. Those 5 schools receive substantially less than 30% because they are subject to the cap. But everybody else, the cap for the most part covers the 30% covers their portion of lease aid.
If in a small town, their public school closed and they reauthorize the school as a charter, the lease expenses that the town charges for that charter would be covered under this payment. Is that correct?
Can you say that again?
If a town had a school, an elementary school, for example, and it closed, but it reopened as a charter, they were leasing the building from the town. This would cover that lease.
I'll have to check to see if there's any nuances in the law, but essentially it says, that there's not any exclusions of who you're paying. So if a charter school was leasing from the town, then I'm under the quick assumption that would be a perfectly fine lease setup. But again, I'd have to check the rules on
Right,
that.
thank you.
Okay, moving on. Good. Okay, so the next program that we operate in the Bureau of School Facilities is the SAFE grants. And this SAFE grant, Security Action for Education, SAFE grants. So think of our safety grants for schools, door locks, bollards in front of the schools, doors, windows, things like that. That is our SAFE grants. Some bigger projects under SAFE grants might be our vestibules. Those are large, expensive projects, but for the most part, SAFE grants are schools putting applications in anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 for an application, maybe more. So on that second page of your handout, that's the one-page summary of the program. You'll find the laws and the rules. SAFE grants is really a name for funds that we can obtain to pay for security projects for schools. It really started out with the Public School Infrastructure Fund, which is defined in RSA 198.15 Y and Z. We can't go any further. I'm told Y and Z, and we're done. So no, that public school infrastructure fund is defined. One of them just defines what it does, and the other one defines the members. It's a pretty straightforward statute. The SAFE grants essentially are trying to target public and non-public schools for school security improvement projects. The Public School Infrastructure Fund is a fund, a state fund that's just used for public schools. But SAFE grants is really any funding that we can obtain to give out grants for school security. So one of them recently, under funding sources, you can see recently we had general funds through the Public School Infrastructure Fund of $3.9 million. And then we were also able to obtain $10 million of funds through the ARPA, through the Gopher office. So you'll see that SAFE grants really encompass state funds and federal funds at this point. When we obtain those federal funds, part of that application was that we would go through, we would use those, I'm sorry, I said state, but when we obtained those federal funds, that $10 million of federal funds, part of that application was that we would go through the Public School Infrastructure Fund process in obtaining that, and which means that we have a Public School Infrastructure Fund Commission that reviews the projects. We work closely with Homeland Security, who ranks those projects, and through that process, they then get recommended to the governor. From the governor, they then go to governor and council and fiscal, and that's how they get out to schools. Grant. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed some schools didn't get any second round money. Is there a reason for that?
They don't get what round?
If you look at the chart, yeah.
Yes.
Well, so you notice most got first round money. Then you look at the second round, and some didn't get, and my town didn't get second round money, and I'm wondering why they didn't. Is it because they didn't apply, or what?
No. Well,
Or is there a cap?
so we can go through that in a second, but there were 557 applications that we received that did not receive funding. We have an outstanding $21.5 million of requests that were unable to be funded. So there is a column in there that says whether the school applied or not. So if there's a number in there, but they didn't receive funds, then they didn't receive funding because of the ranking process. Or it could be that they didn't apply if it said 0 along their school. So under the summary of awards, how we tried to keep, again, SAFE grants is what we're, schools don't always care where the funding comes from. It might have some different requirements along there, but it's for security projects. So the first round of funding that we released was for using state funds. So that first round, schools applied, just public schools were eligible because that came from state funds, which is through the Public School Infrastructure Fund, which is just for public schools. And then the second round, everybody who didn't receive a grant under the first round was bumped to the second round. We opened up the application process again. We received new applications. We granted out that $10 million of federal funds to school districts, including public schools and non-public schools. And those awards actually are just getting to schools right now. So schools will just be starting. You can see amount paid is very little at this point because actually there's a grant agreement notification that is due tomorrow. So there are some deadlines that are just starting for schools. And so those numbers will be more robust next time we talk about the SAFE grants, but the money at this point has all been allocated, the $3.9 million of state funds and the $10 million of federal funds, with the exception of some, it's not, we do have like $40,000 or $50,000 that the commission is holding off for some potential amendment requests. They kept that buffer instead of breaking into another category of projects. When we talk about school security projects, there's usually 3 types of projects that we talk about. We talk about access control, we talk about surveillance, and we talk about emergency alerting. So you can kind of think about in the security world, you have access control, trying to prevent people to get access to the school. You have surveilling the school for any, with cameras and things like that, and then any kind of alerting that you need to do to your to the police department. So those are kind of the three categories. Almost all of the security projects fall into one of those buckets. The first round of funding, they were given to access control, surveillance, and emergency alerting projects. But with that $10 million of federal funds, part of that application was to, through Gopher, was to focus on access control. So if a project didn't rank high enough, some of it was that it wasn't the category that Homeland Security kind of rose to the highest level of a type of project. And then on the last page, or set of pages, is just a breakdown by school district, the number of applications, the total amount that they requested, whether they received, whether they put an application in for round one, whether they got funding or not, and then same thing for round two, and then same thing for whether their project wasn't funded. At the very last page, you can see the totals on the bottom. And again, I guess I just want to point out, looking at the very last page on the totals, we received over 1,000 applications requesting over $35 million of projects. The grants do cover 100% of the grant, but they did cap it. They, meaning the Public School Infrastructure Fund, did cap the projects at $100,000 per school. So one school requested to build a vestibule that cost over $1 million. If they received that grant, it would have been just $100,000 for that grant. And then you can see across the board in the round one, 168 schools were awarded, almost $3.9 million. There is a little column there that just talks about how much was not funded because of that cap. And then in round two, same thing. But what I really want to call your attention to is of those 1,060 applications, 557 were not funded. It just goes to show that it was a competitive process through this, and Homeland Security did work to rank these projects. And the total that is kind of left on the table right now, unfunded, is that $21.5 million. And that is a summary of that program. If you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them. Great, thank you.
Okay, our 5-minute break. It's taken 10 minutes, so we'll get rolling. Okay. If you'd introduce yourselves, please. 'Cause I
Good
don't see-
afternoon. My name is Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education.
I'm Lisa Moody. I'm an administrator. I oversee data and finance
For special.
for special education.
All right, please.
Sure. Sure. So I'm Rebecca Fredette. Fredette, like Fred and ETTE. And I'm the State Director of Special Education. Sure. I will remember that.
I'm Lisa Moody. I oversee data and finance for special education.
Okay.
So I gave you two handouts. The first one is the information we're going to go through, and then the second one is a history of special education aid, how much we've paid out, and what rate we've paid them out at for proration. So we have, and I'm going to do a brief overview, and then we'll get into discussion of special education aid, as I understand that's the primary topic today. So we are governed by IDEA, New Hampshire Chapter 186C, and then the Standards for the Education of Children with Disabilities, which is the ED 1100. So Lisa is the administrator for the Office of Finance and Data Management, and she provides fiscal management over, and her team, over our fiscal IDEA funds, oversight and disbursement of our state level funds for special education aid and court-ordered placements. She ensures the implementation of policies and procedures for the financial requirements, gathers, reviews, and analyzes special education data for the integrated monitoring activities, our federal reporting, and any programmatic decisions that we make. She also completes the annual application for federal funds and then prepares and submits the annual state performance plan, annual performance report to the federal government with our 17 indicators. So that's just a little of what they do. The next slide is just a breakdown of how many students as of October 1st, 2022, how many students we have in special education, and it's broken down by disability. The next slide gives you the key for disabilities. So it tells you their age, how many are in each disability, for a total of 30,917 kids. I think I want to say it's like percentage of special ed for overall. I want to say it's right in the 17, 18. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the, yeah. So it's right around 17, 18. I will say that one of the questions we do get is that our number of special education students has stayed fairly static for the last 20 years. That's some data that we have online. So it's gone up a little, down a little, but not any higher than about 31,000 and not any lower than about 28,000. So it's been,
Is that the percentage, 17, 18?
it's about 17, 18. Yep.
So if you're 22, you're in trouble.
Yes, we are.
Well, if you're still at 17 or 18, that means that the DD community is increasing because the student population is declining.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So at the bottom of page 3, I've broken down all the funds that we put through our Office of Finance and Data Management. We do receive our IDEA funds. The first pot of money is for grades K through 12 or 5 through 21. That's 53 million. For IDA preschool, and this is targeted at 3 and 4 year olds, it's 1.6 million. We did receive some ARP funds through the COVID relief money, and we received 9 million for our K to 12 and about 800,000 for our preschool. The state funding starts with special education. We have about 210,000 there, and then special education aid is at about 33 million, and our court-ordered placement funds are at 2 million. We also have the co-curricular fund that is about 50 million. That one just passed last year. 50,000. Ooh, not 50 million. Whoa.
Now, does this include DD individuals up till age 21?
This includes all disabilities inclusive of 21.
Okay.
So that it goes all the way up to your 22nd birthday now after legislation that was passed last year.
Okay, thank you.
How much more did that cost?
How much did that cost?
The
Extra year?
extra year?
We will know this summer when we receive all of their submissions for reimbursement. One of the parts of the bill that passed last year was that we would pay for any extra funds that the districts incurred because the bill passed after they had already done their budgets. So when we receive special education aid applications, we will also receive those applications for those students that were 21 turning 22 over the past year. So we're not really sure how much we will have.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, now I lost my train of thought. I'll come back.
All right, we'll circle back. Go ahead.
Okay. So then if we go to yeah,
I apologize. Court-ordered placements.
yep, I'm going to talk about that right now.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Yep, it's on at the top of page 4. One of our state funds is for court-ordered placements, and these are provided to districts for those children in placement for which the Department of Health and Human Services has financial responsibility. So if DCYF or DHHS goes through the court system to place a child, this fund will assist those districts with paying for some of those funds. Once the district has reached 3 times the estimated state average expenditure per child, or CAP, which is right around $60,000 this year, all expenses beyond that are covered by this court-ordered placement fund. So districts will, throughout the year, they will submit invoices to us to say, we've reached cap now, and show that they've reached cap, and then ask for us to pay the remaining portions of that, whatever they need for an out-of-district placement or services or whatever goes beyond that 60,000. I did write this year's cap is, and I did not put it on there, but it is right around 60,000. And then I also wrote last year we paid out, so it's not
Last year we paid out a little over 3 million.
over 3 million, just over 3 million. And that's on the page where I listed out all the funds that we have. The 3 million,
Well, that's what was budgeted.
yeah, to what was budgeted was 2 million.
And then we added more.
And then we added more money.
My question is with regard to the current situation with YDC. If in fact we don't act and those kids all have to be placed someplace, would this fund be the fund that paid for that?
If they are placed by the courts, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When these kids turn 22 now.
Yep.
All right, do you coordinate with DHHS or somebody to help them along?
So the
beyond the age 22, because they effectively fall off a cliff.
Right. So the districts, that's done at the district level, and the district should be reaching out to their local area agencies and coordinating with them, as well as coordinating with VR. We have been working collaboratively with VR to develop a system whereby they have more people within schools and assisting, and we're trying to support them with that. But it is a district responsibility that's that transition plan that they should be developing and accessing area resources for that child.
Is that part of the IEP?
The transition plan, yes, is part of the IEP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once a district has reached 3 times the estimated state average, how often does it exceed that? And do you think this is a reasonable formula for what you're dealing with now, or is it very frequently that the schools exceed the state average?
So it's been running about 100 students, and with the court order funds, it doesn't lapse. So the court order funds, if we don't have enough to pay, then we put in a request to receive more money, and so that we continue to pay for the invoices. So it's not like special education aid where we just have a budget. With court order, there's a law that says that they'll replenish the money.
So this is a reasonable statement, this is not.
It's fine. That's why I'm here.
Well, the question is, how many kids do we have in court ordered or out of district placements total around the state? I mean,
So,
that's,
so court ordered is right around 100 students, but that's only the ones that reach cap. There may be other students that are court ordered, but they don't reach that $60,000 cap. But we reimbursed for 100 students last year.
and what's the total for the, out of districts?
Out of district, I would have to look that number up for you.
Okay, because that's
Yep.
pretty important.
No, he means in general out of district. You mean over the entire population of special education, how many of them are out of district? Okay. Because all of the court ordered placements were out of district. Okay. So then the next one we have is the Special Education Aid Fund. This one is provided to districts for children whose services are considered high cost. The state reimburses districts at 80% for any costs that are 3.5 times the estimated cost per pupil. So once they get to that $60,000, after that, we will pay them at 80% of what is required. After that, the state also reimburses districts at 100% for any costs over 10 times the cap. So if they get to $600,000, then we would start to cover at 100%. There is typically not enough funds in the account, and reimbursement is typically prorated, which is on that last sheet that I provided to you.
So on the next page, special education aid state funds, we did a little diagram to show an example of a student that costs $155,000. So we minus the cap. So that $92,000, that's everything that's above cap. That's what gets divided out by the 80%. So if we had enough funds, the state would pay 80% of the 92,000, which we would end up paying 73, and then the district would be responsible for the 18,000. The 18,000, the 73 add up to the 92,000 that's above cap. And so if we had enough funds, that $155,000 student, the district would end up paying 82,000 and the state would end up paying 73,000. This year we did not have enough funds. We paid out at 98%. So instead of 73.6 thousand, we paid 72.3 thousand for that student. And the district ended up having to pay another 1,000, the difference towards that student. So they ended up paying $82,641. Any questions on that?
A very quick question. In a previous slides, I've seen the same amount referred to as CAP and ECPP. Are those just two different terms used to look at the same number, or are they two different numbers that are close enough to each other that
So court ordered is 3 times and special education aid is 3.5 times.
Right,
That-
but I understand that difference. But again, the cap
So the,
referred on I'm talking about the page 4 of your handout. In the top part, we talk about the cap number that's around 60. Then we talk about an ECPP number about 60. Are they the same number, or are they
They're
different
not
in
the
what
same
ways?
number. No, it's based off the estimated cost per pupil. So
Yep.
the estimated cost, and we're just rounding numbers. The estimated cost per pupil, oh, it's not on here, is 17,000.
Gotcha.
and then the cap is that.
Right, and we end
3
up with a
times.
60K because it's 3.5
Yeah.
times 17. See, that's what I was a bit confused by, and I'm new, so I appreciate it. And the other, my original question really was that 98.27. I thought you said earlier that this is a fund where everything gets paid out and topped off. I may again need a clarification.
So it's because special education aid, we do have a budget and we can't go over it. 402, sorry, that's an old term. Court order students, it's because of the way it's written in the law, we can have more funds added to our budget.
So the court ordered are the ones where the budget is replenished as needed because there is, the statute says there is no cap, we just pay as needed.
Correct.
While in the special education aid, we have a budget, we try to get it right, but then we prorate if we are over it.
Correct.
I really appreciate clarifications. Thank you.
So the next slide just gives you an overview of special education aid history. If you look at the far right column, it tells you what percentage we paid out special education aid. And before 2020 and 2021, we were prorating almost every year since 2008. We did do 100% for those 2 years of 2020 and 2021, but then again, this past year, we went back to prorating again. And that's also on this other sheet as well, a little bit larger than what is on this. It's a lot of numbers, so. I think,
Question?
Prorating cat aid makes a big difference to special ed aid, sorry. Makes a big difference to little school districts. Once we pass the budget, when are superintendents notified the rate at which, or are you able to tell them the rate at which they'll get reimbursed?
So I have to give, the state has to give an estimated cost. So in September, the beginning of September, I think it's due October 1st, we have an estimated cost. And that's before we're finishing our review process. So it gives them a rough estimate of what they'll get reimbursed and if we can reimburse at 100%. And we knew in September we were not going to be able to reimburse at 100%.
All right, thank you. You have a big job. Thank you for what you do. It's a real big job.
so through that process, they, in July, they start to submit their invoices and all of those pieces for special education aid. And we go through all of their documents as compared to the IEP, so that in September, end of September, she has that number to be able to put forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me see, 2011, we looked at this and we looked at funding at 100% and we predicted it was going to be $90 million, which is very close to that number, which is, it's kind of interesting. Way back then it was, you could see the trend, but we're reducing in population, which, it's not really, it's reducing faster than, 2007. I mean, it's interesting to look at.
The last page shows you when each year, what the estimated cost per pupil is, or that ECPP, and what the 3 times is and what the 10 times were for all of those years, just to give you an idea of how that is. The last one is just a breakdown of our federal funds that I put in if you had questions about it, or just as an informational piece. And as I said, on this sheet, all of the pieces that are on this are just here bigger so that you can see them. I know, I was like, I can barely read that.
Thank you. This is education, I guess, on a more philosophical level as opposed to your numbers. We often hear of, parents will come in to say the school's not meeting the needs of my child. And it seems like, you're going over backwards. There's so much money that is put towards an individual child. How often do you get that? How do you respond to some of that?
It's difficult to respond to that because of all decisions are made for that IEP team meeting. So it's really down to that granular level of the decision is made based on the child in the IEP team meeting. We're not able to say, no, you can't do that because the team made that decision. We do have the complaints process where they can call and they can say, I need assistance with this. I don't think my child is getting what they need. But really it is that IEP team meeting that you go to say, yes, this is what the needs are. This is what we think should happen. We do monitor districts through another office within our bureau, and we get as granular as we can, and we do as much as we can with our authority to say, you're not providing these services the way you should be providing them, or you're not providing reports to parents to show their progress. So those are the pieces that we try to do on the back end, but really you can't change an IEP team's decision about what happens because that's the authority that IDEA has given them.
Can you tell the parent, yeah, we are?
Many times districts do that, but it's like I said, it's at that district level that, district or SAU or it's at that level. So it's difficult for us to. Go ahead.
Thank you. How many kids come off of special ed And what would you do to incentivize kids coming off special ed? Because it would seem so, you know, if they have a need, then we supply that need, some kids should be coming off.
I think it would vary district by district, how many kids they're keeping on and how many kids they're taking off. You know, you have some districts where their numbers are very low because they have a multi-tiered system of support within their school so that you can be meeting some of those needs without placing them in special education. Whereas other districts any child that needs assistance, they may be identifying them at a higher rate than another district. So it's hard to say how you would get them to not identify the child. It really is based on the progress of the child. If the child has met their goals and there's no gap between where they should be and where their regular education peers are, it would be hard to determine. We do not know. We could see how many students are discharged, but that discharge from special education is also if they've moved to another district, if a parent has refused, if they've graduated, if they've, there's a variety of exiting information that includes.
On a related question, when I was on the school board in Windham, we made a significant investment in early intervention in the hope of minimizing the amount of resources that those students will need, based on the theory that if you come in early, you may be able to do it with more, with more effectiveness, and it will decrease the amount of resources you need later. Is this something that you guys are monitoring, or do you have thoughts on whether early investments in early intervention result in a reduction of services needed down the road, or because right now I just have anecdotal data. I'm looking to see whether the state sees something in the data across the state on that.
So we have a third office within the Bureau, the Office of Special Programs. And what they do is they work with districts around best practices for improving results for students with disabilities. One of the things that we sponsor is Universal Design for Learning for school districts, or UDL, and assisting school districts in developing that school-wide, so that improves the overall teaching for students, to improve their results, to do exactly what you said, to get them early and assist them early, so that you're trying to mitigate that impact of what they potentially have as a difficulty. We also I lost my train of thought.
No worries. So basically, just in general terms, that seems to, my experience in Windham relates to your opinion and the best practices in the state, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Thank
the
you.
other, I just remembered.
Please.
So the other piece is we've targeted reading actually for the young ages. We are doing our state systemic improvement plan targeted at reading starting at the kindergarten level, because we feel that it will be helpful for exactly the reason that you've said, because research has shown that that is helpful. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Following on the same lines, some of these issues are lifelong. They're not going to go away. There's not a cure. Do you have a sense of how many students are, have sort of an issue that is dealable in this way and can eventually move off of a special ed, individual program, as opposed to how many students will be dealing with these issues for their life?
It's because it's such a varying, you saw the number of disabilities that we have. Because some of those disabilities vary so much, it's hard to say. And we're not at that granular level with the districts saying where they are disability wise. And really, we're trying to ensure that they may have this disability for the rest of their life, but how do they work with that disability, and how can they become successful with the accommodations and the things that we teach them throughout their career. I'm all set. Okay, thank you.
You're on.
Hello, everyone. Mark Manganello with the Department of Education, Office of School Finance. I see a lot of new faces to Division II. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the division. I've been with the department for 2 years. I actually used to be an LBA performance auditor, so I was trained by Mike Kane and Mickey Landergan, and I worked on this committee before, so it's always good to be back to Division II. Like Caitlin said, we're going to be talking about the different adequacy programs. So in front of you, you have a adequacy spreadsheet for fiscal year 22 for charter school. So charter school has an adequacy program and an adequacy funding formula. There's some similarities with district adequacy, but we're just going to walk through the charter school adequacy formula. Tal's going to talk about some of the programming pieces, and then we're going to talk about district adequacy. So when you look at the charter school adequacy formula, that first column is the charter school. The second column is ADM. ADM is a fancy way to say students. It's the average daily membership. And so we call it ADM because it's meant to capture a full school year enrollment. So if a student was there for all 180 days of a school year, you would say 1 ADM, that is one student. But if a student was there for 90 days at this charter school, you would do 90 days divided by how many days in the school year, 180, you would call that 0.5 ADM. So we count a student, not just a snapshot count, we count their whole school year and we convert it into something called an ADM, but it's essentially a pupil count for simplistic terms. So for each ADM in the charter school formula, and this is also true with the district adequacy formula as well as the EFA formula, there's something called base adequacy. So for one ADM, for fiscal year 22, you get $3,786.66. So if your student is attending a charter school for a full year, that is your base adequacy amount that you're essentially guaranteed if you attend the full year. We look at that student and we look at additional demographic information about that student. So that those components are called differential aid. So if that student, you've already counted them as one ADM, if they're half an ADM, you would get half of the $3,786.66. But if we have one student, one ADM, you're getting your base adequacy aid, but we look at other demographic information about that student. So if the student is eligible for, we call it F&R, but it's free and reduced price meals, essentially what that means is that student is below 185% of the federal poverty guideline. So if they're below 185% of the federal poverty guideline, we count them as a student, basically as our poverty metric is a student experiencing poverty. And we also, they are eligible for the F&R program. The F&R program is overseen by the Food and Nutrition Bureau within the Division of Learner Support. That's a separate program. When we talk about F&R numbers, free and reduced price meals number and adequacy, we're not talking about a meals program. We're just talking about identifying a student that is below 185% of the federal poverty guideline, so a student experiencing poverty. So it's good to think about those as two separate programs, but they use the same data sets. So if a charter school student is identified as being in the F&R, eligible for the F&R program, we also add not only the base adequacy, but $1,893.32, this is the fiscal year 22 formula, into their formula. Then I'm going to skip over SPED for a second and move on to English language learner, which is the next column after that. If the student is an English language learner, that's a particular program that is federally funded, federally regulated, and state implemented. If they're an English language learner, I mean they're learning English, essentially, we add $740.87 to the adequacy aid for one ADM. The next one is third grade reader. This is not a lot of students typically, but if the student is in third grade, they scored below proficient on the third grade reading test, and they are not F&R eligible, nor are they SPED, receiving SPED services, nor are they an English language learner, then we add $740.87 to the formula. So we're tallying these all up. SPED is the last one. SPED is kind of unique because the way SPED works is the a district of responsibility. So where the student lives is their home public school, traditional public school district. They are the district responsibility. So SPED is a little bit different. So you just need to think about that when you talk about charter. But just to go back to how SPED works, if the student is in a charter school, they have an IEP, so they're receiving SPED services. We take one ADM and add $2,037.11 to the adequacy formula. And so what we're doing here is we're tallying these all up. So if we look at the Academy of Science and Design Charter School, which is the first one there, we'll do 528 times the base rate of $3,786.66. We get $2 million there. F&R, we're doing the same process, 22 times 1,893 and 32 cents, and we get 42,000. SPED, we're doing the 12 times the 2,037, we're getting 24K. English language learners, we're doing 5 times the 740, we're getting 3,704. And then they had no third grade readers. They might just be high school, I don't know, but they had no third grade, below proficient third grade readers. That's also not a very common metric used. Or a number we have. So we're tallying this all up and we're getting something called the cost of inadequate education. So everything I just explained is also true for the district formula. It's also true for the EFA formula. This is what we call adequacy. Adequacy has a lot of different names. Sometimes we call this constitutional adequacy because when we say the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education, that's a certain standard the state has. The state has determined that these metrics at these price rates is a standard that we must fund our schools. So sometimes it's called constitutional adequacy. Sometimes it's called just adequacy. Sometimes it's called the left side of the formula. When Mickey talks about a spreadsheet, the spreadsheet might have complicated things going on the right side of the formula, but the left side of the formula, it might just be adequacy. So it can get really jargony and difficult to talk about, but if you sit down with Mickey and work through a formula and a spreadsheet, those are some of the terms you're going to become familiar with if you do that work and study these spreadsheets more deeply. So we're tallying those all up to become the cost of an adequate education. So when we sum that up for all the charters in fiscal year 22, we get $27 million. So that's base plus differential aid. Now charters had something that's above and beyond the cost of an adequate education. It's called an additional grant, and it's just basically a flat rate per ADM. And so it's for fiscal year 22, it's $3,552.28. And so I have the charter school formula printed out here. Charter schools have an additional grant above and beyond the cost of an adequate education. As we talk about district formula, you'll notice districts also have additional grants. They have different names, and we'll talk a little bit about the different district formula when we get there. But the charter's formula, aid above and beyond the cost of an adequate education, is called additional grant. Districts have their own additional grants, but they have different names, which will make more sense when we do that presentation. So tallying that all up, we get $46 million, $46.7 million in the adequacy formula. The only thing that's different with charters is we send that $46 million. We don't send all $46 million to charter schools. We send them $45 million because the $1.4 million in SPED adequacy goes to the district school. And so because the district is financially responsible for doing the SPED services, or for paying for the SPED services. And they come up with agreements with the charter schools to figure out how that's going to work, how the service delivery is going to work, and how it's going to be funded or billed. So that's the charter school formula. Do we have any questions about the charter school formula?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. First of all, ADM. Now, is that enrollment, basically?
It's so enrollment sometimes and then this is a jargon technical thing. Sometimes enrollment means snapshot. I use it universally, but sometimes when you see enrollment, it could mean snapshot, meaning one moment in time. Another way to talk about it is membership, but yes, it's essentially enrollment.
Follow up. Now, you mentioned half of an ADM. Mm-hmm. How do you come up with that?
Okay, so we look at a calendar. So if a calendar is 180 days, we actually do it to the half day. So we do a calendar of 360 half days. But just to make it easy, we'll just say 180 days because that's a typical school year. So we are looking, a student sends us information of when the student came into the school. So if the first day of school is September 1st, we start counting each day, and we have their calendar. So we know the holidays, we know the teacher conference days, whatever there's an instructional day, that is their calendar. They must provide that 180 instructional days. There's also, it gets complicated, there's also hours, but just to keep the math easy, we'll use 180 days. Some people provide more than 180 days, but just to keep the math easy, we know if the first day of school is September 1st and the last day of school is June 15th, and in between they have a bunch of holidays, whatever it may be, we know it tallies up to 180 days because we've done the math. We'll track the student's attendance throughout the year. And if the student leaves the school, we'll say, okay, they left on, let's say, December 31st. And if we look at their calendar, we know you've been credited 90 days, if the math works out that way. We know you've been credited 90 days. If you have been responsible for 90 days of instructional days for the student, then we do 90 days divided by the full calendar, which is 180, which would equal the 0.5 ADM.
Okay, one final question, if I may. So you're not counting the days that he's absent?
That's a good question, Representative Petrie. It's all about, we don't look at attendance. So if the student misses a day, is sick, we're not docking your adequacy. It is where the student is enrolled, it needs to be a member, the student might show up, might not show up, they might be tardy. As long as that district is, so just to back up a little bit, every child, and I don't know the ages, that's basically 6 to 18 is compulsory attendance, I think. Every student needs to be in an educational pathway. The most popular of those educational pathways is the district public school system. So the student will sign up with their district public school system saying, I am a student in this system. And so they're communicating to the district that they're in that school system, they're going to show up, and we will fund them as if they would show up every day, essentially.
Right, thank you. One final question that just came up in my mind here. Homeschoolers, some attend just some classes. How do you handle that?
That's a good question. So if a student tells their district that they are homeschooled, that means there's a particular enrollment status that we capture in our system. They are home educated. They are not a student of their district. They're not going to likely get a degree from, they're not going to get a degree from their district. They're going to get a home education program. They're going to graduate through the home education program. I can't go into the details about how that exactly works, but they are home educated. The district is aware of them. They can attend courses because they are taxpayers. Basically, the way the policy works is they do pay local taxes. So they're entitled to extracurricular activities. If they want to join the sports team, they can do that. If they want to take a course, they can do that. The state the state only reimburses for homeschool kids taking courses if there's additional appropriations in the adequacy line item. So that is how current law works. There's a couple bills in House Ed. If they make it through House Ed to the House floor and to Finance, you might see those bills. There's bills to waive the conditional requirement that we only reimburse districts for educating homeschool students on a course-by-course basis if there's additional appropriations. So there is bills in the House Education to remove that conditional requirement that there's excess appropriations. But we have about the equivalent of 36 students that are home educated taking coursework at districts.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, Representative Heath. Oh,
I know, my question just went out. I
okay.
know what I wanted to ask you to do. Would you explain, adequacy is paid out to public school districts differently than adequacy payments are paid out to public school, to public charters? Is it still the same where they're paid?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. There's a different distribution schedule. That's right.
Yes.
Just to clarify, I'll talk about the distribution schedule. When I say 38 students, it's actually 300 students, but if we roll up their coursework to be the equivalent of a full-time student, it would equal like 38 full-time students, just to clarify that. But that's right, Representative Heath. So the charter distribution schedule is, we do a first day count and we pay 30% of what we think the full payment would be. So you get a first day count, we calculate what we think the full annualized payment will be, and we pay 30% in September. Then we pay another 30% in December. Now I'm going to mess the schedule up. And then another 30% in March. 30% of what we think the total amount will be. And then we do a 10% after the school year is complete. We have a full capture of all the charter school data, and we pay that last 10%. And we have to do that with charters. We have to do that 10% correction pretty quick turnaround, because with charters, we're paying them in the same year that the charter student was educated, we're paying them in that same year. So that's different with charter schools. With district schools, we have a 1-year lag. So whatever the student was in school year 22, whatever the ADM was in 22, we pay you in 23. Whatever the ADM is in this year, we'll pay you in 24. So there's a 1-year lag on district adequacy, and the distribution schedule is different. The distribution for adequacy is 20% in September, 20% in November, and then 30% in January, then 30%, and then approximately 30%, whatever the, if there needs to be any reconciliation, but 30% in April.
I just wanted to follow up on one of your comments earlier when you were talking about the differential aid. You mentioned that the third grade non-proficient reading score was exclusive from the other differentials. So, you know, if a student had already qualified for federal free and reduced or SPED or English learners, then they wouldn't qualify as a third grade differential.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question, I guess, leading back to that is, are the other 3 differentials also exclusive of third? No, so it's only third grade is exclusive. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Charter adequacy questions. I'll bring Tal up. He'll talk about programming with charter schools.
Can y'all hear me now? It's Tal, T-A-L, Bayer, B-A-Y-E-R, just like Bayer aspirin. I believe y'all have this handout. So I just wanted to take a moment. I'm not sure what some of your sort of familiarity with charter schools are. So I was going to do sort of a brief talk about them and then kind of work into more financial related information. First off, charter schools are public tuition-free schools that are authorized by RSA here in the state of New Hampshire. That authorization initially occurred in 1995. The first charter school opened in 2005. As of this year, we now have 30 charter schools in the state of New Hampshire serving approximately 4,900 students in brick and mortar charter schools. And then there's an additional 619 in VLACs full-time. And then there's full-time equivalent where they're taking a couple classes here and a couple classes there. And if you add all those up, there's an approximately additional 1,350 students, full-time equivalents, that are also in VLACs. If you were to look at the enrollment trends, you can see the graph here to the side, but essentially 2010 is the smallest block. There's gradual increases from 10, 15 to 20. This year, it's about a 14% increase from last year. Not surprising considering sort of the pandemic and its impacts on student education. If we flip the page over, this is just kind of a brief synopsis of how these schools break down. There are very few charter schools that are larger typically than about 200 students. A majority of charter schools are in the 100 to 199 or less than 100 student range. There are the mega schools. There are 2 schools that are serving between 500 and 600 students. But again, majority of schools tend to be on that smaller side. Flipping into a little more finance focused, for those that aren't familiar, there is what's called the CSP federal grant. It's a grant by the federal government. It's the Charter School Program Grant, which essentially helps allows aids charter schools in starting up during that critical time when funding resources are not readily available. The grant is a $46 million grant. Currently, and I'll give you kind of the breakdown of it, but of that $46 million grant, 90% go to subgrantees. Subgrantees are prospective charter schools. 7% would then go to technical assistance and support for these schools. Excuse me. And then the remaining 3% is for administration, staff to kind of oversee, monitor both the grant and support the charter schools. If you were to look at this grant to date, over 17 million has been obligated out to subgrantees. We have roughly $1 million in technical assistance contracts approved by GNC, and these contracts are for things for PD support of the charter school community. And then the administrative costs right now, we're running at about 3.8%. Over the remaining life of the grant, that will drop down below the 3%. It's just as we initially started, there was a lot more sort of administrative startup to get the grant established, but it'll even out below that 3% mark. Subgrant overview. Grants are awarded to subgrantees through a competitive process. To date, we've held 2 grant competitions. We're actually in the middle of our 3rd as we speak, which we will be closing out that competition in early March. Of the sub awards, as mentioned, 17 million have been doled out. 11 went to new charter schools, and then 5 went to existing schools. What can this money be used for? Essentially, you have 2 phases in a charter school with opening. You have what's called startup or planning phase, which can last up to 18 months. It could be anything, funding could be used for anything from curriculum design and preparation, purchase of materials for the school, technology. If you have a design person or a program administrator or a director of school who is overseeing the build out of the school, you could be paying their salary through that. Community outreach, marketing, website design. It's pretty open to a very broad array of costs associated with starting with a school. And then once the school opens its doors, this grant becomes highly restrictive and it moves into what's called implementation phase. You can no longer pay salaries. You're essentially limited to things like equipment, marketing, outreach, professional development, training. It becomes much more restricted in focus because the understanding is at this point the school should be not self-funded, but operational based off of support from state aid. The last page is just a breakdown of, Mark has done quite a bit of talking about ADM. It's individual breakdowns of schools and their average ADM. We mentioned the 4,000, if you look in the far right corner, the 4,900 students in charter schools, that's the total of all these schools up above. So happy to answer any questions y'all might have.
Since we don't have the color, can you confirm on the page before?
Yes.
69% is startup, 25 expansion, 6 replication.
Absolutely. Yes. So the smallest slice would be replication. The largest is startup with 25% for the expansion. And just to provide a little bit of context for that, with the replications, it is always a challenge encouraging getting charters to replicate because they're so sort of consumed with their own existence. And that is actually one of our challenges right now in terms of pipeline building, is getting high quality schools to replicate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick clarification question on page 2. I wondered whether it's the table or the graph that has the accurate numbers, because there are 2 discrepancies between the numbers listed on the left and the bars on the right. Generally, I assume it's the table that's correct. You know, it says that, the graph says that 5 schools are in the 200 to 299, while the table says 4, and there is no school in the 400 to 499 on the table, but there is one there is one in the table and none in the graph.
I need to check that. I didn't catch that error.
No worry. If you could
it
just
would-
clarify which are the accurate ones, it's not a huge deal, but every little detail may matter.
It's an important deal, so I'd like to get that information corrected. Thank you.
I've got a question on this $46 million. Is that every year or one-time grant or?
So the total grant is $46 million, and it's over the life of the grant. So it officially would end next year, and then we would get no cost extensions to kind of oversee the grantees through their expensive funds. But it's not 46 each year; it's a $46 million total.
As long as it lasts or until it expires.
Exactly. Yeah.
How much do you have left?
Well, again, obligated to date has been, what did that number I gave you was 17 million. So
Okay.
we're not really too worried about
You're not going to
running out of money.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the challenges we're facing, so if you don't know the history of the grant, it had been delayed for a little while. When it finally got implemented, it's been a bit of catch up trying to expend funds, and then additionally encouraging schools to spend and utilize the money. So I think it is certainly sped up as we've implemented the program. But when we first started, it took almost 6 months to get folks to start using money. And I think a lot of that was more connected with schools were flush with PPP funds, ESSER funds, a variety of easier access and easier to document funding sources.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things when charters first came into being was that there'd be coordination with the traditional public school districts in terms of sharing excellent ideas or model programs. Like for instance, Manchester, we have that wonderful Mills Falls Charter School. It's a Montessori school and it's absolutely exceptional. Always wishing that there'd be some kind of a pathway or maybe incentive for some of the cool things that we've seen in charters to be learned or brought into our public school system. That has never come to pass.
I wouldn't use the term never come to pass. It has taken longer than it should. I will tell you, so I moved here from Washington, D.C., and we kind of ran into a similar problem when we opened the first charter school I worked with. Was 99. It took almost 15 years until the wall between public and charter came down a bit. It's a lot of trust building, partnership building, capacity building between schools like Mills Falls, reaching beyond their walls, and then public schools receiving that communication, I guess. It's happening, but it is a slow process. And then also finding opportunities for both public and charters to operate in shared space. So for example, there's the monthly, state superintendent calls. Used to be charter schools weren't part of that. Now they are. So that's a shared space that helps create that environment. One of the other things that we're also doing through this grant is one of the objectives is to create that sort of shared community. We are hosting both conferences as well as PD days where we'll be inviting both public and charters. And then within those conferences, trying to create some ice-breaking activities just to get folks to connect.
That's great. I'm really, really happy to hear that. I have had a couple of concerned parents call me in terms of questioning why that a charter may be advertising that they are following a certain Christian curriculum. Is that, I explained that that's not possible, that they are public schools, so they are not sectarian in nature.
Absolutely. I'd be curious if you have names of those schools. I'd love to see that because within their charter, we review those at time of charter approval. If there were language in there indicating anything of that nature, it would be immediately addressed. And if after approval they were doing that, I would encourage any parent to bring that to our attention.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. So are you saying that's the biggest they have? For now? Oh my, that's fine.
there's a lot of school funding, and this is mostly district school funding that we're going to be covering here. It's a big topic. Some people on this committee have been studying it for years. Some people are new to it. Some people have dabbled in it. Even for veterans, it can be a difficult, sometimes non-intuitive process to study all the ins and outs. There's complexities to it. We're going to try to talk through some of those. If you kind of hit a brick wall and you're struggling with something, don't be discouraged. You can talk to the department, you can talk to the LBA, and we can help you work through some of the nuances of school funding. And there's a lot of information in here. Some of it's more of a reference. Some of it I'll be talking through today. So the first handout, it's 22 pages. If you go to page 2, this is a summary of all revenues and expenditures for all district public schools. And so I always start a training with this document because really it shows you the size and scope of our district public schools. And so there's how much money is spent, how much money, including local, state, and federal dollars, is spent on district public schools. The number is in fiscal year 22, how much revenue did they get is $3.6 billion. So to put that in context, kind of fun fact is our New Hampshire economy is $80 billion. So district public schools represent about 4% of the New Hampshire economy. So that's sort of just interesting to put it into context about how the size and scope of this policy area that is the sort of policy area of education, but also is shared with Division 2. So when we're talking to districts, we like to tell districts you should know how you get your money. So when we look at that $3.6 billion revenue number right here, we have percentage breakdown of where that money is coming. So the largest funder of schools is the local education property tax. So that is $2.2 billion, and it makes about, on average, 60% of the funding mix of district public schools. So that is the biggest funder of school is local education property taxes. I have a couple documents here to talk about the statewide education property tax. So just to back up a little bit, property taxpayers, the typical property taxpayer pays 4 taxes. They pay a municipal tax, they pay a county tax. So the municipal tax is mostly covering fire, police, highway agent, you name it. County tax, that's covering our county services. Local education property tax, that's funding our local schools. These are all local taxes. Then we have a statewide education property tax. That is also funding our public schools, but it is a state tax. And so it can trip people up, and we'll have a few documents to go through the difference between a local education and a statewide education property tax and how that statewide education one works. And we have a tax cut that's effective this year that I'm going to walk you through. So going back to this document, about 60% of funding is coming from local education. That is the local education property tax. It does not include SWEPT. The next biggest funding source is adequacy aid. So that makes up on average 27% of the funding mix of district public schools. And that is the line item of adequacy. That does include the statewide education property tax. And we'll explain that in further detail later. The only other interesting thing I'd like to point out is we've had a lot of federal money coming into schools. So we had 3 COVID stimulus bills. They all have acronyms. Those acronyms have acronyms. So we have CARES Act, CARISA, ARP. The way we talk about them in school funding is the acronyms beneath those are ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3. So what you need to know is that about $650 million in federal funding due to COVID went to district public schools. And as you can see, about half of that money or so has already been shown up in their fiscal year 22 financials. So if you look at their funding mix in 2020, federal funding was 4.8% of their funding mix, so a very tiny amount. Now it's up to 8.9% of their federal funding mix, or their school funding mix. So it's growing in size, but relative to local property taxes and relative to state funding, it is still a relatively small number. But that is how the federal funding has.
Just a quick question. Are the school districts drawing down the funds, the federal funds, in a timely manner? It's a lot of money. Perfect. I knew you'd have something. Thank you.
Yep, we have a dashboard. I mean, I only have, once the fiscal year is closed, I get the financial data from the districts, but we do have real-time data from our grants management system. But so far, so good. We don't know where they'll end up when the money runs out or the period of performance runs out. Hopefully they're able to spend it all. But yeah, there was a slow start, which you remember from the pandemic. There was a slow start, but they've picked up from now. So moving on to page 3. Page 3 is a way to think about some of the programs that are funded through the Education Trust Fund. A lot of these programs we've talked about today. You got the top there, you have SPED Aid. So you had the SPED Bureau come in and talk about SPED Aid. That's paid out of the Education Trust Fund. There's multiple other programs in here. I'm not going to go into detail, but I will point out that the largest of the programs is Adequacy. Adequacy makes up about 90 to 95% of all state funding districts receive. So Adequacy is the largest state funding source, although there are lots of programs. So if we go to page 4, this is a pie graph of the Education Trust Fund revenue as recorded in the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 22. So like I said, most of the education state aid programs that go to schools come from the Education Trust Fund. Well, the Education Trust Fund is a fund that receives a bunch of different revenue sources. So if you look at the table there, the biggest revenue sources are really business taxes. Well, swept is the biggest, but the biggest non-swept source is business taxes. So 177 million in business profits, 297 in business enterprise. There's a bunch of other taxes there. You might notice lottery has $146 million. So if you buy a scratch ticket or a lottery ticket, it says that goes to the Department of Education to fund education. That's what we're talking about. I know lottery is also within this division. The Lottery Commission, the way it works is they run their business, they run their games, and whatever profit they have over gets transferred to the Education Trust Fund. And so they bring in $146 million. So I get questions from citizens. I'm sure you get it as well. Some people go, well, I thought lottery was going to pay for all of education. Well, it pays for $146 million, and we're very grateful that they were able to provide that. But it does not pay for the full, $3.6 billion in revenue that they need. This is just all the different programs that go into the education, all the different revenue sources that go into the Education Trust Fund. The biggest one on there is the SWEPT. And the SWEPT, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the SWEPT because it can be a little complicated. So the SWEPT is a statewide education property tax, and it taxes all property taxpayers except for utilities. If you notice on this table, utilities have their own property tax, so they're excluded from the SWEPT. But a way to think about the SWEPT is the state sets a number in statute in which it wants to raise. So the number in statute, or they set it via chapter law, but the number in statute is $363 million. So for fiscal year 22, the state wanted to raise $363 million. And so then they look at the full tax base of the SWEPT, how much property values exist in the state. And so in fiscal year 22, the total sum of property value was $200 billion. So if you do 363 million over 200 billion, you get, and then you multiply that number by 1,000, you get a mill rate, a tax rate of $1.83 per thousand. So that was the SWEPT tax rate in fiscal year 22 on an equalized basis. We can get into how taxes actually affects your tax bill, can be a little technical, but on an equalized basis, essentially the tax rate was $1.83. In fiscal year 23, there was a one-time SWEPT tax cut. So where via chapter law and HB2 and the 22-23 budget, the law was changed to say the SWEPT will not be 363 million, it will be 263 million, so 100 million less. And we did DRA when calculating that, they did 263 million over 213 billion, so property values had grown. And they got a mill rate of $1.23 per thousand. So essentially the SWEPT tax cut was approximately, because property values went up, the tax naturally went down, but essentially that tax cut was a 50 cents per thousand tax cut that is in effect in this current tax year, our tax bill that you're paying taxes on if you pay property taxes. So that is how the SWEPT tax cut works. But it's more complicated than that. The way SWEPT works is kind of unique in a sense that if I go over to, Well, I'll explain it in further detail later. I have a lot of handouts on it. But SWEPT is fully retained locally. So essentially, the tax collector in your community gets the levy that they must raise from the DRA. So if they have to raise $100,000, they'll make sure that they send out tax bills to raise $100,000 in SWEPT. But they have to raise that money and they have to give it all to their school district. They can't keep any of it. So they raise that money, they give it to their school district. And so all of these financial transactions that are occurring are all recorded. They're recorded on the state ledger. So a community is collecting taxes and a community is sending a tax to their school district, but no money actually comes into a state bank account. But when you read the CAFR and you read the financial documents and you look at the budget, we record that as if the revenue came into the state. And we do that because we mandated it via law that the revenue must be raised. And then we mandated via law that the revenue must be spent, meaning it must go to the school district. So we record that $363 million as coming into the state, even though no literal dollar came into the state. We just know it happened. And then we record all of it going to the school district as an expenditure. So when you think about SWEPT, it gets a little complicated. You have to think about the local ledgers and the state ledgers. And I have a few documents to go through that. And we might have questions, but I'll go forward and talk about the adequacy formula and talk about how that SWEPT cut interacts with the adequacy formula, which adds another layer of complexity. So on page 5, this is the adequacy formula. So some of it's going to sound familiar to the district formula. So this is fiscal year 23. In this formula, it changes pretty much every year. For the past 5 years, it has changed every year. So it's hard to keep track of it. Some things stay the same, but there's always tinkering with it and tweaks to it. So fiscal year 23 and 24 are no different. So just going through the adequacy formula, similar process, we are calculating the average daily membership. So same process. If you're 180-day school year, you're there for 90 days, that's 0.5 ADM. Same calculation, essentially. It's a little different with charters and districts, but for this discussion, it's basically an ADM is, remember, looking at enrollment through a full year. In this formula, we call it pupil. I say pupil count because that's how the LBA labeled it once. So sorry, yeah, ADM, it's different. This is a different document. It's not spreadsheet with ADM, but it's the same process. So if you have one ADM in a district, you get a base aid of $3,786.66. Yep, sorry about that. So yeah, the first line is base adequacy aid. So we're looking at your one ADM is $3,786.66, just like it is for charter schools. And we're going through the same process. Just like charter schools, we're also going to look for additional demographic information. So just like charter schools, we're going to look to see if that student is FNR eligible. If they are FNR eligible, meaning they're 185% below the federal poverty guideline, we are adding $1,893.32. If they are receiving SPED services, same as charter schools, we add $2,037.11. If that student is also an English language learner, we are adding $740.87. And then if the student is a third grade reader, meaning it's the exclusive metric there, if they are in third grade, scored below proficient in the third grade reading test, and they're not FNR, not SPED, or not English language learner, then we add in $740.87. And so just like charter schools, this is just a funding formula. This is unrestricted aid to districts. This is not restricted to the FNR program at a district. This is not restricted to the SPED program at a district. This is not restricted to the English language learner program at a district. This is just a measurement, a way to calculate the cost of an adequate education, just like charters. But after that, it starts to get different than charters. So we're tallying up all these metrics. So if you have 100 students in your school, we would do 100 times the $3,786.66. That would get you your base adequacy aid. If 100 of those students were also FNR eligible, we would do, if 50 of those 100 students, let's say, were FNR eligible, we would do 50 times $1,893.32. If 20 of them were SPED eligible, same metric, we'd take the 20 times $2,037.11. And then if, same process goes on, we're tallying up all those students and we're applying those rate amounts. And so we're tallying that all up to get to the cost of an adequate education for a district public school, which is the same process for a charter school. So over here we tally all those up and we get to the cost of an adequate education. So if we tally up all those metrics and the cost of an adequate education is $1 million, we know, constitutionally speaking, we have to make sure, because the state has defined this as the constitutional adequate education, we need to make sure your district has $1 million. So we don't just cut a check right away for $1 million, we check to see how much money did you raise through the statewide education property tax. So if you raised $1 million through the statewide education property tax, we'd give you a check for $0. If you raised $500,000 through the statewide education property tax, but your constitutional adequacy, we needed to fund you at $1 million, you have a benchmark that you must receive $1 million, but your SWEPT is only $500,000. So now the state is going to cut you a check for $500,000. So you're up here. So you have at least $1 million, $500,000 from the state, $500,000 from the state, but through the SWEPT. It's actually collected through your local tax collector, but we call it it is a state tax and we call it a state grant, and we have them recorded on their financials as such, although it basically never came into the state. So it's sometimes it can get kind of humorous because the districts go, thanks for giving my money back to me. We're like, you're welcome. So that is state policy. So that is how most districts it follows about 95% of districts, their cost of an adequate education is greater than what they raise through their SWEPT. And so therefore we must cut them a check. But there are some districts or some municipalities, adequacies calculate the municipal level. There's some municipalities where their SWEPT could be $2 million and their cost of an adequate education is $1 million. And so some people call these donor towns. There's no such thing as donor towns under current law. There was a process a year ago where if your cost of an adequate education was $1 million and your SWEPT was $2 million, the state would say, you only needed $1 million. Now take that $1 million and keep it, and take the other $1 million and send it to the state. And that would go into the education trust fund, and the state could do what it wanted with that money. And so those communities said that was a donation to the state, and we are donor towns. That's not the policy of the state, and hasn't been the policy of the state for 10 years. So now currently, if you have a cost of an adequate education of $1 million, your SWEPT is $2 million, you just keep your SWEPT of $2 million. Nothing goes to the state. The SWEPT never goes to the state. So it would go from your tax collector to your school district, and they would have, above and beyond the constitutional adequate education, they would have something we call excess SWEPT. But if you hear donor towns, there might be a bill to introduce donor towns. But under current law, there is no such thing as donor towns. And when we're talking about donor towns, that's what we're talking about, is excess SWEPT coming to the state. So moving forward, like we talked about that community, which is most communities, cost of an adequate education is $1 million, SWEPT is $500,000. We have to cut you a check for $500,000. That's most communities. They need a check cut from the state to fully fund them. There's additional grants above and beyond the cost of an adequate education. So one of those grants is Relief Aid. Relief Aid is what we do is we look at your FNR, your poverty counts for each community, and we tally the percent of your community that's FNR students. And so if you have a FNR percentage in your community above 12%, we'll give you $150 per each FNR student. And then if your community is greater than 48% poverty or 40% FNR, we give you a grant of $600 per each FNR student. And then if you're between 12% and between 48%, it's a sliding scale. So there's no sort of fiscal cliffs. It's smoothed. So you'll get a grant between $150 per FNR student or $600 per FNR student if you're in between.
Very brief clarifying questions. Communities that are under 12% get nothing from this particular grant.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So the Relief Aid grant also has a a proration factor. So we do that calculation statewide, and whatever the number is, we prorate up or down to 17.5 million. So we could calculate it, and it could be 19 million, and we'll bring everyone down so that the statewide total is 17.5 million. We could calculate it statewide, and it could be 15 million, and we'll bring everyone up so that it's up to 17.5 million. And there's a bill in the House that might end up over here to change that process and policy. So we'll have that conversation if that bill makes its way over here. That's the relief aid grant. So communities with FNR percentage above 12% are eligible. That grant's been in existence since fiscal year 22. Extraordinary Needs Grant is a new grant added in fiscal year 23, this current fiscal year. And the way that grant works is it's your property value, your equalized valuations, which is the property value of each community, divided by your FNR counts. So it's property value divided by FNR counts. And the way to think about that is this comes up with a metric. The metric is FRP. It's equalized valuation over FNR students. So it comes up with this metric. And the way to think about that metric is if you have a lot of property value and not a lot of FNR students, you're going to get a high number. You're going to get a number in the millions because you probably have a lot of property value and not a lot of FNR students. You're going to get a very high number. If you have low property value and a lot of FNR students, you're going to get a very low number. So the way this grant works is first we calculate your equalized valuation over your FNR students to determine if it's basically, it shows you if your community has a mix of low property values and high poverty counts in your students. It comes up with a metric. If that metric is 6 million or greater, meaning you have means you kind of have high property values or low FNR students, you do not get the grant. If it is 1 million or under, you get $650 for each FNR student. And then if it's between 1 million to 6 million, it's a sliding scale grant, so there's no fiscal cliffs. You get a grant between $0 to $650. And that grant started in 23. It also comes with an accountability plan. Districts have to complete an accountability plan in order to receive that grant. And there's a bill in House Ed to modify some of those accountability plans requirements. We just went through our first process of doing that. So again, if that bill comes over here, we'll have a conversation about accountability plans. Before I go into the swept hold harmless, I'll talk about stabilization grants. So some of you might have heard about stabilization grants. So in fiscal year 2011, or during the this 2011 session, there were changes to the school funding formula. This was mostly due to the recession. There was a lot going on in 2011. There was a huge, Mike Kane can tell you all about it, the history of it. But there was changes to the school funding formula that resulted in districts receiving less money in 2012 than they did in 2011. And in order to hold those school districts harmless, there was a stabilization grant that went into place. And this is 2012, so this is 11 years ago. And what they said, the stabilization grant was, in 2012, if you receive any money in the 2012 formula that is less than what you received in 2011, we will give you a stabilization grant to hold you up to, at a minimum, what you received in 2011. And so when we tallied that statewide in back in 2012, fiscal year 2012, it turned out to be $158 million. So that is the stabilization grant that held districts harmless in 2012 to what they received in 2011. So some communities are still receiving that grant because they had to be held harmless in 2012, and so they're still eligible to receive a stabilization grant based on that calculation that was made in 2012. So that's when we talk about stabilization grant. That's what we're talking about. The eligibility is based on if you were eligible back in 2012. There's also some other details to it, but generally that's what it means. So that's the stabilization grant. There's some history there, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
Thank you. Okay, the stabilization grant. Okay, this is per pupil?
No, the stabilization grant, and there's a lot of, some people think stabilization grant is tied to pupil metrics, or it's tied to some sort of metric. The only thing it's tied to is, did you or did you not receive a stabilization grant in 2012?
Really? Because if you look at that, you could lose population. Let's say a school on another town left your district. You still get the money.
If you could have declining enrollment, you could have increased enrollment. It's a flat number based on what you received back in 2012. So now talking about the SWEPT Hold Harmless grant. The SWEPT Hold Harmless grant deals with the SWEPT tax cut. So when we talk about that SWEPT tax cut, let's go back to the cost of inadequate education and how it interpacts with SWEPT. So if your cost of inadequate education is $1 million and your SWEPT is $500,000, the state has to pay you a check for $500,000 to bring you up to the whole. Now, if we reduce SWEPT, so say the SWEPT for this community was 500,000, but if we reduce SWEPT across the board, let's say by half, let's say the SWEPT is $250,000. Well, we still need to pay you $1 million, so you have a constitutionally adequate amount of funding. So now the state, instead of cutting you a check for 500,000, needs to cut you a check for 750,000. So naturally, when you cut SWEPT, the SWEPT liability for your taxpayers decreases, and the state still needs to fund you a constitutionally adequate education. So the state check increases. So that's naturally how the tax cut works for a lot of communities, about 95, most of the communities. But there's some communities, let's talk about the excess SWEPT community. The excess SWEPT community has $1 million cost of inadequate education and a $2 million SWEPT. Now, if we cut, and they get to keep $2 million in their SWEPT, if we cut their SWEPT, let's say by 500,000, so it's 1.5 million, then they only keep 1.5 million. So that means their school district did have $2 million. Now they only have $1.5 million. So they have two options. They can either raise local property taxes to bring in an extra $500,000. They could find another revenue source if available. Or they could cut their budget because they're to keep taxes equal. They could cut their budget. So there's something called the SWEPT Hold Harmless grant, which brings you up to, for this particular community, cost of inadequate education is $1 million. SWEPT was $2 million. Now it's down to $1.5 million. We give them $500,000 so that their SWEPT is back to what it was, to that $2 million number. And that $500,000 check is called the SWEPT Hold Harmless grant. So that is the SWEPT Hold Harmless grant. It only exists in fiscal year 23 because fiscal year 23 is the only year in which we have a SWEPT tax cut. No. Yes.
Now, and this is done before the school districts get their hands on it. In other words, when they set the tax rate. Sort of.
Yes. So I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of tax year versus fiscal year, but the way we make them record, we make them financially record it, we do it all at once. But actually, the way the cash flows through their taxpayers, there's staggers and delays. But that's right. They might be getting a check quicker than they would have normally got it. There might be some cash flow issues there. Yeah. Any other questions?
Sorry, I should wave there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go back to the stabilization grant explainer you just gave us. I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding the concept. And I guess my two questions are, was that stabilization grant paid over time? And is it paid into perpetuity? Or is it was a one-time deal back in 2012 and it's not continuing today? I guess I'm having a hard time.
Nope, it's continuing today. There's a history with stabilization, but it's $158 million allocation approximately. If you become an excess SWEPT town, you don't get stabilization anymore. So it's not actually always 158 million. It fluctuates around 157 million. So that 158 million goes out every year. Now there was changes in the law. Now I gotta have to look at my other spreadsheet to look at when they went into effect, but there was a law that was enacted, I believe in 2015, to make it phase out by a 4% cut over 25 years. So the stabilization would go away after 25 years. And that law took effect and the stabilization grant got down to, I believe, 88%. And then it was fully restored back to 100%. So it got down to, I have to look at the other sheet, I think maybe 130 million from the 158 million. But now it's back up to its full amount from 2012.
How many districts received that?
I don't know off the top of my head, but that's I think 100 Oh, I can municipality. Now I'm trying to think. There's probably a number at the bottom of my spreadsheet, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Just, how about as a percentage of communities, or, I mean,
It's I think it's 180 out of 244 towns. I think that's might be. I think that's what I remember.
that's why I got voted back in. Okay.
We might not have the district number, but we definitely have the municipal number. So I have a lot of documents here. They're very wordy, so I'm probably going to skip over it a little bit. Shoot for 2 o'clock. Okay. This is just explaining that you can read up on this. This is just explaining in more detail how the SWEP tax cut works. I'll just go over this at a high level. You can read this document on your own time. But when you think about SWEPT, kind of Representative Bucco was laughing a little bit about the concept of SWEPT and how it's a state money versus local money. That's not an uncommon opinion or an uncommon perspective. So there's lots of different ways you can look at the SWEPT. You know, you can look at it from the state's perspective in a sense that we set the SWEPT. We tell you, we let you keep it. That the act of us letting you keep it means it's really, it's our money. We let you keep it. But there's a lot of different perspectives of the SWEPT. The local taxpayer, they kind of view it just as part of their total tax rate, and they really can't tell the difference between if a SWEPT is a local education money or a state education money. And so I've been talking to supers lately. They're working on their fiscal year 24 budgets, and there's nothing they can do at deliberative session that is going to change the SWEPT. So the tax rates, the SWEPT tax increase is going to go up in fiscal year 24. And so they can communicate to their taxpayers that the SWEPT tax is going up, but there's nothing they can do at deliberative session to control the statewide education property tax. They can make moves in deliberative session that could impact the local education tax. But it truly is a state tax in a sense that locally they have no control over it. It is set through state law. It is set through state policy what the SWEPT is going to be. So there's a lot of different perspectives, and from a taxpayer's perspective, they can get frustrated, of course. And school districts can get confused. Sometimes the SWEPT money comes in the same way it comes in with their local education tax money, and they don't even know the difference, but I tell them they have to record them differently, and they go, okay, well, what's the number coming in? I'm like, this is the numbers that you're getting your local ed money from your school, from your municipality. You're also getting the SWEPT money. So it creates some complexities for sure. And it's basically based on perspective and how you feel about the SWEPT. The last thing is just sort of a walkthrough on how the SWEPT tax cut works from a fiscal note perspective. So I'm going to go to the bottom table here just to explain how you would see a SWEPT tax cut in a fiscal note, because what the fiscal note is really telling you how the state money works and how it cost $100 million. So if we reduce by the SWEPT by $100 million, we now have $100 million less revenue coming in on our ledgers because we recorded as money coming into our ledgers. We also have $100 million going out on our ledgers because we recorded as going out on our ledgers. So that is net neutral to the state budget. When you just cut SWEPT, you lost revenue, you lost an expenditure, it's net neutral to the state budget. Where the SWEPT tax cut cost the state money was how it interacted with the adequacy formula. So $84 million went to communities that their cost of inadequate education was greater than their SWEPT, and we had to cut them a check. $84 million went out to those communities, and about $16 million went out to the communities where their SWEPT was above their cost of inadequate education, but the SWEPT dropped, and we had to cut them a check to bring them up to the $2 million that they had before. So that is how the state spent $100 million on the SWEPT tax cut, the way it interacted with the formula. So it can get a little tricky and technical, but that's how the SWEPT tax cut works. The next page, page 7, is just a walkthrough of examples on how you can kind of see how the money flows and how it is a tax cut and not actually, it's not decreasing funding for school because the state's paying the difference. So for every SWEPT dollar you lost, the state paid the difference. That holds your school funding level, and your property taxpayers, your SWEPT property taxpayers are paying less. So that's just mechanically how it works as a tax cut. And if you have more questions about that, it can be, I have some videos on it, but it can be kind of complicated.
So actually, your taxes are going to go up by about 50 cents this next year if it's not that $100 million is not adjusted.
So when relatively, yes, since property values are going up, it's only going to go up a little. It's going to go up less than 50 cents because property values are going up. So you can raise more money with a smaller tax rate. But yeah, effectively, you're correct.
Yeah, I've thought of this before, and I mean it was an odd thing when we were talking about it last year, and it's tempting for me to describe this basically as a sleight of hand in terms of how taxpayers would have perceived this, because it was a 1-year thing. There was no, 100 million was just, instead of from here, it was from here. But I mean, nothing really changed. Or tell me, where it did change. But to me, it just felt like a sleight of hand of moving money around that really didn't do much of anything for anybody.
So it did change. It changed nothing for the school district. The school district, the formula ran as it normally would have essentially. If you had declining enrollment, whatever it may, something could have impacted the formula, but it had no impact on school funding. The only thing it impacted is when tax bills went out this fall, this late, you might have got your tax bill, DRA set the rates in late fall for most communities. It included a less of a swept levy than you would have had to pay in the previous year.
But the state ended up making that difference.
Correct.
Yeah.
Since I'm new, just to make sure I understand correctly, the net impact of that was that no expenditure, was changed. The disbursements were the same, but the state substituted 100 million of state dollars instead of $100 million in local property taxes. So that was, what this comes down to when you boil down to its essence.
Yes, that's right. It's whatever the swept taxpayers were raising that they normally would have sent to the school. We said, take $100 million off that, and we'll pay $100 million.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask the question of what some of us wanted to do. Instead of doing the swept rejection, put $100 million into the formula to distribute to school districts. What difference would that have made?
So it depends on how you would have distributed it. But so with increasing state aid through the adequacy formula, it could result in a tax cut, assuming districts keep their budget flat. There's a lot of into the tax form. There's a lot of metrics that go in, variables that go into the tax formula. The swept tax cut, the way to think about it is it was a flat tax cut across the board. So every swept taxpayer received a 28% reduction in their swept liability, essentially. Usually when you're doing changes to the formula, it's usually not, sometimes it could be across the board, but it's usually not across the board. So usually if you're modifying the formula, you have a particular policy objective you're trying to achieve, or you're trying to target a particular community.
Like disparity, if we had added disparity?
Yeah, some of the other modifications of the formula have targeted F&R students, have targeted poor property towns, have targeted, you might want to target English language learners, whatever. If you have a particular formula change, it's probably not going to be flat across the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. English language learner and there's another one. Can you pay both?
Oh, yes.
The third grade.
The third grade reading is the only unique one that you have to not be any of the other three categories.
Oh, okay, right. That's still in effect.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the fiscal year 24 formula. Oh, yep.
Finish the topic since this question was asked. In a hypothetical situation where that restriction would be removed on the literacy aid, do you have an idea of what the impact would be? How many of those students would qualify for that but don't get the funding because they fall in one of the previous three? You may not have the answer off the top of your head, but
yeah, we actually just recently got this question, and just a ballpark. $2,000, I think. Yeah.
So the total number of eligible students are about 6,500 before we, eliminate the ones that get other kinds of aid. And then we can look at the totals here. All I need. Thank you.
Yeah, it would jump from about a $2 million part of the formula to maybe like $8 million. So to remove that, it would cost approximately, just doing some rough math, probably $6 million. Fiscal year 24, the only changes in fiscal year 24 are the swept hold harmless grant is gone away because the swept tax has gone away. So it's not needed anymore because the swept is back to what it was. So if you were getting 2 million in your swept like you were before the swept tax cut got into effect, you would receive it again. So there's no swept hold harmless grant, and there's also no swept tax cut. The only other thing, and we'll talk a little bit about this, is there's no modification to the FNR data. In fiscal year 23, there was a modification effort to the FNR data to bring it up to fiscal year school year 2020 levels, essentially. Yeah, which were the pre-pandemic levels. And I think I do have a handout further down to talk about the way FNR data is trending. So I'll talk about the challenges districts have with FNR data. Unless Representative Petrie, you have a question?
Well, should we change the way we do that because of things like the pandemic that have a big effect? Because if people don't sign up for free and reduced, which happens a lot, it affects the adequacy.
That's right. So there's the FNR data, our poverty data, when we had 167,000 students statewide, the FNR numbers were 45,000. Now we have 160,000 students. Then in the next year, we had 160,000 students, and the number dropped to 38,000. So it's still, that's like a 12% decrease from the previous year, even though enrollment had a 4% decrease. And so what Representative Petrie is talking about is our FNR numbers are decreasing at a rate that we know is faster than what they're actually decreasing at. And a lot of that has to do with the pandemic waivers that said you don't need to fill out an application to get access to meals. So a lot of families didn't fill out the application because there was nothing, they got the meals whether they filled out the application or not. So the FNR numbers, we've had multiple work sessions, House Education, House Finance has worked together to try to study this issue. There's a lot of ways to tackle it. The position of the department is we try to work with supers and try to stay on top of them, and they know this, and it's a challenge as we try to get them to just understand the importance of FNR data. It's not just the meals program, it's also part of the adequacy formula, and they get $2,000 for every FNR student they can identify. So we really hammer it home to the districts that this is super important, and they know that, and they work all year to bring those numbers up. They still struggle. It's still a challenge for them to get those FNR numbers up, to get those applications in. There is an idea that you'll likely see in this committee, it's been here before, is Medicaid Direct Cert. If it goes from House Education to the House floor and then into this committee, you might see the idea that we can direct certify, we can identify a student in poverty using Medicaid data. That's an issue that might end up in this committee. We use the DHHS data for TANF and SNAP to identify students in poverty, and then we have those systems look at NHED's data, and we identify those students that are on SNAP or TANF, and we automatically identify them as eligible for free and reduced price meals so they can get fed in their school without filling out an application, and we can also include them in the FNR formula for adequacy. So we're currently doing that with SNAP and TANF. And then if you're on fiscal committee, you might know that SNAP has now moved up from 185% eligibility to 200% eligibility. So that's likely going to increase our SNAP numbers, which will in turn increase our FNR numbers through direct certification. We don't know how much. DHHS has some numbers. And then also there's the Medicaid Direct Cert. There's legislation, I believe, in the Senate and the House that would allow, if those bills were to pass, that would allow the department to enter a program that's authorized by the Center for Medicaid Services and also the United States Department of Agriculture, which would allow DHHS to share Medicaid data with the Department of Education and then use Medicaid data to identify FNR students in addition to SNAP and TANF. So those are some of the policy proposals that have been thrown out there that are being worked on and studied. But yeah, that's been a longstanding issue, the FNR challenges.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to make this even more complicated, because it wasn't complicated enough, my concern is that we have a certain poverty level that we need to meet in order to qualify for FNR. And then we are using the SNAP and TANF as proxies for that to help us identify gaps in the data. But now that the eligibility level of SNAP is changing, if we are still using SNAP, does that affect our original decision to use the SNAP as a proxy for FNR when now people had that, do you see what I'm saying? There are two different qualifying criteria and we may end up counting. I'm just trying to understand again because there is a lot of detail here.
Yeah, so that decision, I'm trying to think if it could be made at the state level. The state made the decision via the fiscal committee to raise it to 200. That 185 number is a federal number. So states can always kind of go above and beyond the federal number. But yeah, it can get a little complicated. I guess I have to know the exact, I don't know when those decisions were made or what was understood or the intent of when those decisions were made, but certainly there are different ways to look at the data.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's honestly, it's very complicated and one needs to wrap their head around it. And there are a lot of moving parts that we need to understand. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I ask a question about direct certification when we worked on that. What was the status? Did it not pass or?
It did make it over to the House, but then it was.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to it when it goes.
Sorry, it made it from the House to the Senate, but then the Senate removed it.
Oh. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
So that's fiscal year 24. If you look at page 9, this is adequacy history. Oh, I got 10 minutes left. I'll point out a lot to look in here and study on your own time, but I'll just point to line 20. Line 20 is stabilization. So we had some conversations about stabilization and when it started to decline. So actually now I can see from here in fiscal year 2017, on page 20, you can see stabilization went from 158 million to 151 million. So that was when there was a set in law, a 4% reduction each year. And so it reduced down in 2018, reduced down in 2019, and then it was brought back up to essentially the full amount in fiscal year 20. So that's kind of been the history of stabilization. Going to lines 21 to 26, you'll see a lot of activity on additional aids above and beyond the cost of an adequate education. These have been the historical modifications to the formula that have existed in the past 4 years. So every year the formula's had a little tinker with it, a little tweak here and there. And this is kind of the, shows you how those adjustments have been made. Some of them were enrollment hold harmlesses. Some of them were different relief programs. Some of them were one time, some of them were not one time. But what I told you for fiscal year 23 and 24 is the current formula. Moving on to.
Can I just ask a question? There are a lot of phone calls coming about because school districts are seeing a decrease, and primarily around the FNR because of the bill that we passed or whatever it was that we did that said that it would stay constant with what it was in 2019. And now in 2024, school districts are seeing not only are they not getting as many free and reduced lunch students, they may have a dip in their own enrollments. So they're kind of getting a double whammy. So what do we do when school districts call us and say, how come I'm getting so much less money? Is that the response basically?
So yeah,
Because you must be getting them.
Yeah. And I have a spreadsheet here, fiscal year 23, which had an FNR modification, we paid 970 million statewide. Fiscal year 24, we're estimating it to be 962 million. So they're receiving an $8 million drop. But also in that we have the CPI adjustment. So they might be having declining enrollment. And if we didn't do a consumer price index inflation adjustment to their rates, they would see a lot less in school funding because of declining enrollments. But if anyone's receiving less money in fiscal year 24 than they did in 23, it's because of either declining enrollment, and it's FNR's kind of the big, it's FNR. It's either FNR or base, because we kept SPED, in our estimates, we kept SPED and English language learners constant. But what's confusing a lot of people is that big adequacy check to supplant what they had for SWEPT, that is going away. And so that's where I've spent a lot of time talking to supers, talking to the public, explaining that your funding is actually flat, but a tax cut was there and goes away. And so some people say, well, you're cutting my funding. And I go, well, no, your funding is flat, or it's going down a little bit, maybe because of enrollment decline, but the SWEPT is going up. So it's a challenge.
I forgot what I was
All right. So moving on to page 10, kind of what I've been showing this document to districts, to what Representative Heath was discussing. This is where districts are getting tripped up with the SWEPT tax cut. The SWEPT tax cut is hard to explain to people. Oh, you got it, Representative Bucca.
Yeah, what took the place of the SWEPT was just surplus, wasn't it? Okay, I just want to.
Yeah.
It was because politically we're gonna cut SWEPT tax, but we didn't cut it. We just took surplus and made and swapped it.
I can't keep track of exactly what was said on the Senate floor when the SWEPT tax cut left this committee or left this chamber. You used $62 million in general funds to pay for it. So you didn't fund it just off Education Trust Fund. You put $62 million from the general fund into the Education Trust Fund to pay for it.
Yes.
And then when the Senate looked at the same tax cut, they said the revenues always go up when they go over to the Senate. They always have more money than you. They said they didn't need the $62 million. They said they could do it just with the Education Trust Fund. So that's the only things I can speak to is they paid for it all out of the Education Trust Fund, and the Education Trust Fund still ended with a surplus. Actually, I didn't point out there, but the Education Trust Fund surplus for fiscal year 22 is $100 million.
That's it.
Yeah, well, this is the actuals, not the estimated, but yes, the surpluses, there's surpluses in the Education Trust Fund, and what was said on the Senate floor, I don't exactly recall.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so on page 10 is kind of what I've been showing districts to explain the shift in SWEPT to adequacy. So state total fiscal year 23 is that 970 million. And then if you look at fiscal year 24, it's 962 million. So you're kind of sort of flat funded. But you'll see there is the adequacy amount. That's the state check. So it's 707 million in a state check in fiscal year 23, and then only 600 million in a state check in fiscal year 24. So that's the $100 million SWEPT tax cut, essentially, plus some declining enrollment. So that's an easy way to, I don't know if there's an easy way to explain to voters or citizens or taxpayers, but that's what I've been using. It's the best way to explain it I got. Just to move quickly, page 14, this shows you total pupils. That's really ADM. This is by municipality. So when you see there, this shows you declining enrollment. So most towns are seeing declining enrollments. If you've got a number in parentheses, you have declining enrollment. So this just shows you the ADM trends. So we went from 167,000 students to now we're estimating 150, eventually 157,000 in school year 22, which is the 23 formula. I might have my numbers off on that. I'll have to double check that. So it's a 10,000 enrollment drop. And then FNR, you're seeing the same thing. We're seeing a decline in FNR. We had 45,000 down to 38,000. So declining FNR as well. And that's somehow the data shakes out. So you can see if your town is losing students or gaining students. Almost, yeah. General trend statewide is decline. So some communities I think are seeing some growth. So the last document is kind of technical. If you go to page 19, or this is the second to last document, this is a district by district sort of, I don't know, you want to call it a report card or dashboard. But the first column is your cost per pupil. So cost per pupil is just essentially current expenditures over how many students your district educates. So some districts that don't have students have zero cost per pupil because they don't, it's meant to be the operations of your schools. That's what this measure is showing. Based on the DOE 25, the financial reports we receive. Oh. So when districts finish their if they finish their fiscal year on September 1st, a lot of them don't make it by September 1st. Some districts do. They have to complete something called the DOE 25, which is it has a balance sheet, a district balance sheet, and it has all revenues and expenditures the district has spent. It has information about the trust funds. It actually has 2,500 pieces of data that we require the districts to give to us. It's financial data. It has some supplemental information. We can learn a little bit about how much sped cost is in districts. We use this document primarily to set taxes. We need to know how much money they're going to lapse back to the taxpayers. So we have them record all the revenue expenditures, and we know how much, if they have a profit, essentially a surplus, they might keep that. And we need to tell us if they're going to keep some of it, if they have the authority to keep some of it, or if they're going to send some of it back to the taxpayers. So that's the DOE 25. It's used in the tax rate setting process. It's also data collection for my office. So we have some analytical tools. So if you ask for information, I can tell you if it's on the DOE 25, and if we can analyze it for you, we can run reports through our database.
I apologize. I've got to leave.
Oh, okay.
Right, I have a question.
Yep.
Yeah, like our warrant for last year showed we spend about $22,000 per student, and this is showing about 19,000 and some change. Why is there such a disparity, or it just you can't probably tell that?
I don't know their methodology. They could have had a different methodology than us. So, so they're using appropriations over pupils, which that's going to be higher likely. Or what did you say the number was for that? 22,000? Yeah. So if they're doing appropriations, they're assuming they're going to spend every penny of that appropriation, but usually there's a lapse at the end of the year. So that could be the reason. Also, yeah, it's a little apples and oranges. It's going to be they're guessing essentially too when they do a warrant article. They don't know. Yeah, they might be lowballing the grants, which is sometimes you want to do that because you want to make sure you have enough money. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up to the same question. I was going to ask it too because I live in Windham and we've been consistently around or over 18,000 a student, and this report shows us at 16. So I guess the easiest way to answer that, could you maybe share the exact methodology used by your department to calculate the cost per pupil?
Yep.
And, that would make it very easy for us to figure out where the differences are, or at least get us a starting point. Because obviously we don't want to belabor this right now, but it would be useful to understand the apparent discrepancy.
Yes. Yeah, we have a particular methodology that's on the DOE 25, but yes, we'll it's we back out a few things. So whether Wyndham's doing that,
that likely does it.
Yep. This is for your own homework if you want to study how these districts work. We have a local revenue percentage, so how much of their revenue is local by district, how much of their revenue is state by district, how much of their revenue is federal by district, and then we have if you want to kind of get into the policy details of this, we have an assessed tax rate versus an equalized tax rate. And so some of you might get your tax bill and you want to look at your tax rate and you want to look at your neighbor's tax rate and you want to go, why is theirs less than ours? Or why is there, why is there less than ours? I want a lower tax rate. And so if you go to the DRA's website, that's an all right methodology to compare your tax rate to your neighbor's. But a better methodology is a document that the department publishes where we look at whenever DRA publishes that tax rates, it's based on the assessed property in your town, and your your town might have a different assessing process than your neighboring town. So if you want to control and say, let's just use market value for properties and let's actually try to have the best apple to apple comparisons, you could look at the equalized tax rate. So as you'll see statewide, the equalized tax rate median is $17 per thousand, where with the assessed tax rate median is 21 per thousand. So what that means is districts or assessors are basically under-reporting their property to compare relative to market value, so they need a higher tax rate to raise the money they actually need. So this is really technical, but if you really want to compare your neighbors and how they're doing on a tax rate by tax rate basis, we have a document on our website. You can use this document to sort of just get a flavor of how you stack up to your neighbors, because it controls for assessing practices between different towns. And so I know we're running out of time here. I got Caitlin here to talk about EFAs real quick. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe just take a 5-minute.
Well, I believe he's left for the day. He has to take care of his wife, so whatever you want to do. Yeah, I think it would be.
If I could just speak on behalf of the newbies, this was a lot of information to take in today, and to open another big topic might be overload. So if we don't mind deferring to have the chair come back, I wouldn't mind doing this another day so I can digest this, go back and watch the video a second time to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Very good. And I believe Caitlin said she'd come back another day. So, and you know, and I speak for the committee, but I think today has been very enlightening. There's a lot of information that we didn't have, and really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Very good. So is there anything else? Anybody else? I tell you, this is, you know, and many of us have been and seen this before, and it's a lot to take in, but you know, the detail, like the SWEPT, the SWEPT that's something we haven't had, and that's very hard. You know, it gets to be difficult to understand, but you get it. It's not a big deal.
Thankfully, I have a little bit of insight from the Ways and Means Committee talking about SWEPT, but I do think today's discussion was very helpful. Thank you.
Very good. I guess we're done for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow. And hey, have a great evening. Well, if you'd use the mic, we're on camera. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to say on behalf of the department, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We are obviously very passionate about the work that we do and very knowledgeable. And throughout either just the typical legislative process or the budget process, we are here to support the committee and all of the needs that you might have relative to our topics. So please don't feel please don't feel bad about reaching out and asking us, because we really do want to make sure that you all have the information you need when making important decisions.
Well, we're very lucky to have the people that support us. Thank you.
They are fabulous. Thank you.